Oh, I don't know, actually. I haven't looked at Christmas week to see how that shakes out. I know that the wrestlers are back on Boxing Day. So I know they're back then, but we know that next week's Raw is taped. This week's SmackDown is taped. I'm not sure about the SmackDown after that. That might be when we're back live. So, yeah, a little bit of time until we're back with live shows. So something for us to enjoy tonight. The fact that we do actually have a live show for us to kind of get our teeth into. We will have a look at the breakdown. I am just running a little bit behind schedule. Just trying to catch up with all of the notifications that have been tagged in. And there's a couple of things that have absolutely flooded my inbox. Today, of course, was Brody Lee's birthday. So lots of posts about Brody Lee's birthday. And the logo for Raw has been revealed, but it's a logo that we've seen previous. It's the logo that was on the packaging for the Mattel figures. And to be honest, if it made it that far where it's going to be on packaging and it's going to be signed off, I think that pretty much confirmed that was going to be the new logo. And so, yeah, we saw that quite a few weeks ago now. So that has done the rounds, but it has been confirmed today that that is the new logo. So a little bit of news on that front as well. Outside of that, we've got a bit of news about Becky. She's going to be joining Star Trek, some new Star Trek show. So that's kind of interesting. But, I mean, we can talk about news and dig into news. Obviously, all of this is going to be in unseen later anyway. But let's go over to the preview. Do need to just get up the preview screen. There we go. So this is what we've got in order for tonight's Raw. And as we said, tonight is live. It's the last live show. It is a taped show. So that means that the recording is going to start an hour before. So there could be spoilers doing the rounds in about an hour's time because they will actually start recording earlier. So what we've got is we've got the tag titles being defended. Finn Balor and JD McDonough, they will be taking on the War Raiders for the World Tag Team titles with the Judgment Day barred from ringside. Which is kind of interesting. This is Ivar's hometown as well. So there is a lot of thought that will they pull the trigger and actually go with Ivar getting the title in his hometown. We know that historically it doesn't really make much of a difference if it is your hometown or not. If anything, WWE loves screwing people over in their hometowns. So I don't know that it makes a big difference personally, but it's just worth mentioning. Bron Breakker will defend his Intercontinental title against Ludwig Kaiser. So we have that Intercontinental Championship match. CM Punk's going to respond to Seth Rollins. That could be interesting. CM Punk promos always worth tuning in for. Kaden Carter, Raquel Rodriguez, Zoe Stark collide in the women's Intercontinental title tournament triple threat. I'll put a poll up and see as to who you think's going to emerge in that one. So who wins? I've got to think Raquel is going to be a big favourite because she's big, she's strong, she's dominant. I've got to think she stands a great chance of winning this whole thing, actually. So I'm fairly confident she's going to win our poll, but I wonder by how much she wins the poll. So Kaden, Raquel, maybe some think it'll be Zoe Stark. Perhaps we will get a bit of Pure Fusion Collective helping Zoe Stark get the win, but I'm thinking it'll be Raquel. Seth freaking Rollins is going to appear live. I'm guessing that'll be in the CM Punk segment. And Kofi Kingston returns to his hometown of Boston. So there we go. He is in Boston. We're in the Boston area. And this is going to be fun. Boston crowd, such a great crowd. I mean, when we talk about the history of WWE, we're talking about the New York area. And of course, Boston, just above New York. This was a place that WWE have been going to throughout their whole existence. Like some of the biggest matches in WWE history have taken place in Boston and in the TD Garden. So yeah, exciting. It's going to be a good crowd. It's going to be a fun show. just hope we don't get any spoilers, obviously, because it is taped as well. So there we go. That is what we're dealing with tonight with Raw. Ellis said the Ufa falafel. That was good. That was good. LA Knight having a bit of fun with that. Apparently CM Punk is going to open the show tonight. That just coming through. That's or I'm just seeing it, I should say. So yeah, they're going to open the show. There's also an image of a load of the next in line talent being I can show you my notifications actually. So here, Elite Rockers, CM Punk is opening Raw tonight. And if we go up here, we've got all the talent, the next in line talent at the headquarters. That is actually Mark Henry's son, who is there. And that is that Megan Walker that seems to be breaking the internet. Although I'm still unsure why. But yeah, it looks like some of that talent was over at the headquarters recently. We should show the new logo as well for those that haven't seen it. Netflix tweeting this out 5 hours ago that this is... We'll put that in, actually. I do have the video announcing it, but I don't think I've got the actual logo. We spoke about it previous. I think it's okay. It's not my favourite logo. I think it's fine. I don't hate it. I don't know that I can't say I'm madly in love with it. I just think it's fine. I don't have an issue with it. It's fine. It's fine. I'd probably give it like 7.5, 7.75. I mean, I don't feel like I'm getting into the 8. I'm not like blown away by it, but it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. But it's not. I don't know. It's not a logo I would like get really excited about. It's just fine. So there we go. That is the new Raw logo for those that haven't seen. But as we said, it has been popping up on Mattel figure packaging for a good few weeks now. So yeah, I don't think that's going to come as a great surprise to people. I'm guessing something's going to go down with Punk and Seth tonight, said Shockwave. Yes, I would imagine they will further that story and move it forward a little bit. Tribal Chief with the Ulafala, a cosplay Tribal Chief with the Ufa Falafel, said Ellis. It's a logo. It's not here to do singing and dancing. No, that's true. But you know, when they do these launches, they always like throw out marketing spiel. I heard Triple H talking about how the logo, it basically symbolizes everything about the brand. And he was like, we need something that's rebellious. And I was thinking, what's rebellious about this logo? I don't look at this logo and think the word rebellious. I mean, is it because it's slanted? It's a bit should it be like because it's not straight, like it's at an angle? Does that make it rebellious? I don't know. I was kind of looking at it. I was like, I don't get rebellious from that. If anything, it's like in a bit of a box to me. Like this looks like a rectangle, and the logo's just in there, so it looks like it's boxed in. It looks like it's being squashed. Like I don't look at that and think, oh, you rebel. You absolute rebel. Look at you rebel logo. But you hear all this like marketing spiel, don't you? You hear all this nonsense of them talking like, I can't remember exactly what Triple H, he definitely used the word rebellious. And I was like, okay, sure thing, whatever. Jeffrey said, I feel if Raquel wins, it'll be because of her affiliation with Liv, not her strength. Well, I think that's a real shame, to be honest, because I do think her strength made her stand out in NXT. She's a former NXT Women's Champion. She wasn't aligned with Liv down there. I think she's someone they really do see big things for. You know, if you're a woman and you are, you know, tall, then you are obviously going to stand out. If you're a Lash Legend, if you are a Raquel, if you are a Rhea, if you are a Jade Cargill, like you're going to stand out because the majority of women are obviously on the smaller side, you know, and that's where you get your Candice LeRae's, your Zelina Vegas, your Ivy Niles, you know, that are kind of on the smaller side. I mean, maybe some of those are exceptionally small, below average small. I honestly don't know. But what I do know is that if you've got some size to you in the women's division, like say Nia, then it's very easy to stand out. And I do think that because of that, they do look at Raquel as being someone they can really do some stuff with. Like, I see her being a big star, regardless of the Liv thing. I see her being multiple-time world champion. I mean, it's hard to say main event WrestleMania because there's so few opportunities to do that for the women. You know, we're sat here and Bayley still has not done that, you know? So the fact we're sat here and Bayley still hasn't done it, it's hard to sit here and say Raquel's going to do it. But I don't know. Whatever she can achieve outside of that, multiple-time world champion, I do see that for Raquel. So Raquel being the first women's intercontinental, I really wouldn't rule it out. Even though I would love for Natalya to do it, I really wouldn't rule out Raquel being the one that actually does, because I do think they are looking to pull that trigger for her. So she's got to be in the mix. She's got to be in the conversation. I think she definitely wins tonight. But we've got the poll up to see, am I wrong? Am I completely out of sync? Is it a case that other people think that she, is going to get eliminated? Perhaps some people think that Pure Fusion Collective are going to help Zoe get the dub. So, if you've not voted in our poll, then vote, and we'll see in a bit kind of how many people think Raquel is going to get the job done. Wrestling Proud said, hey, Nick, like you said, I was just messing. Wrestling Proud, hello. Hope you're well. Daz, hello. Who have we got on Saturday? Usyk or Fury? Gotta go with Usyk. He's never been beaten. Hard to think why he would be beaten now, because I know that Tyson Fury has been saying, I'm just going to do more of the same. Well, he lost last time, and what he's saying is that he's not going to change anything. So obviously that could be a lie. It could be, trying to deceive, but I don't know. Tyson Fury is a pretty straight up guy. Tyson Fury, whenever he says something, he tends to do it. We've seen him say stuff previously, and then that is what he's done. So he's saying he's going to do more of the same this time. I'm kind of believing that's the case. And listen, he did it last time and he lost. So I just think he's going to lose again, to be honest. So I am leaning Usyk. Usyk is the favourite, but if anyone has got a little bit of money on Fury, I wouldn't blame you, because having Fury as an underdog, it looks good on paper with, Fury being a plus something number. It's hard to not look at that and think, oh, should I just put a 10, 20 down on that, That's kind of tempting. It's not often you get Tyson Fury as an underdog, but then it's not often he has to face what could be the best boxer in the world right now, so... Days 7 matches that could be added to Raw Netflix. Cody against Kevin, Drew versus Jay, Liv versus Rhea, Finn and JD or War Raiders versus New Day, Finn versus Priest, Women's Intercontinental Championship final. I think we know when that is. Is that on that show? I think it might be. Kevin versus Randy, says Connor. I think they have announced that's on that show. I think we do know when that final is, and I think it is that first Raw on Netflix. Fury does the same because he doesn't have any other way, said Lord Sheograth. Tries to smother them and then hit them when they're knackered. Yeah, I mean, they were talking about, does he need to bulk up and use his body? Because he does tend to kind of box on the outsides. And then he will get in close if ever it gets close. But he could have done a lot more of kind of using his size in that first fight. But I don't know. He said he's just going to do the same thing, and we're going to have to wait and see. I've got a question. Will Corey Graves ever be cleared to wrestle again? Well, I mean, I always think and thought there was a chance he could be in the Rumble, or there's a chance they'll give him a WrestleMania match. But to be honest, it's been 10 years, so it's hard, isn't it? I mean, it's not getting easier to clear him. The more that time goes by, it's not becoming more likely, it's becoming less likely. So 10 years already. But would I ever rule out seeing him pop up in a Rumble or, be in a match? I suppose the thing is that I can't remember what it was. I think, was it a neck thing that ruled him out. And if it is your neck and your back and your spine, just like with Big E, that's a hell of a gamble. You know, both of them have got a great quality of life. They can move around. They're not restricted in any way. There's no disability there. It's just that they can't wrestle anymore. They can't take any more bumps. And, you know, I get it with Big E as well. Well, why would you want to gamble that? I mean, of course he would want one more match, but you will always want one more match. And of course he's gutted that his career has come to an end. But the career will end at some point anyway. It's just you're missing out on X amount of years of it, right? So I think Big E has really struggled with that, and you can totally get and understand why. But I don't think anyone would want Big E to wrestle if he was actually putting his health at risk. And that goes for Corey as well. You know, and Big E's going about it the right way for me. You know, he's getting all these treatments. He's getting updates from his doctor. I think he wants to know that he can take bumps without having to worry. And, you know, if it's going to be a case of I take a bump and it's going to be the end of my flipping, you know, no more walking for me, then you can sort of understand as to why he is, you know, not coming back, reluctant to do that until he's 100%. The same with Corey as well. So I don't know where Corey is with his journey. I don't know where Big E is. Obviously, the hope is that Big E has had some good news, which is why the New Day went the way that the New Day segment went. People are hoping that that is leading towards a Big E return, but there's no word of it. So we're going to have to just wait and see. So, yeah, an impossible one to answer because I don't even know if Corey Graves can answer that one himself. But what I would say is the longer that the time goes by, it becomes less likely. But I wouldn't rule out a Rumble appearance. Concussions are the reason for Corey had to retire. He'll probably never get cleared, says Chris. Oh, that's I thought it was a back thing for Corey, actually. So a concussion thing is interesting. Roger said, Daze, I hope you are doing well. It is my birthday today. Happy birthday, buds. I hope you've had a good day. I hope you've been spoiled with all your birthday gifts. I absolutely love the black and white promo that DIY did, said Nathan. It reminded me of the NWO promos, the ones that the NWO used to do. Yeah, they were fun. They were good. I thought theirs and Motor City machine guns were good. They were fine. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. Said hello, Daze. Hello, guys. Hope you're doing well. And Roger says, Daze, hope you're doing well. It is my birthday. Again, happy birthday, my friends. Kian says, Daze, hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. Raw matches look all right tonight. Can't wait for NXT tomorrow. And Christmas is next week. Yes. Has anyone asked for anything? Has anyone asked for anything for Christmas? What is it that people are hoping to get? Anything wrestling related? Or anything like that? Anything non-wrestling related? Like, to be honest, I'm not after anything this Christmas. So for me, I'm a bit boring. Like, for me, I will just have a normal day. Actually, that's not quite true. Because this year, for the first time, I think my brother is coming round. And so is my brother's partner. And her, like, I think her sister or something. Like there's a bit of like family coming round for the first time. We don't tend to do anything on Christmas Day. Christmas Day is normally very quiet for us, but we have the family round on the 28th. So every year the 28th is like the big family day. But actually this year, Christmas Day, we are having some people round, so it is actually going to be a bit different. But yeah, gift wise, there is anything I'm actually after. I'm not really looking for anything. So I'll be interested to know what other people are after. Kelly said, I don't get Christmas gifts. Oh, you don't get any Christmas gifts, buds. I'm sorry to hear that, my friends. Well, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I will probably get a few little bits and bobs, but I am not expecting anything much either, because I haven't asked for anything and there's nothing I'm after. And, you know, I'll probably end up with a few socks and, you know, bits like that. So, Yeah, I can't say it's going to be the most eventful for me either. But Dean said, I'm going to get a PlayStation 5 for Christmas. Are you going to get the WWE game as well? WWE 2K24? Days, 3 last minute predictions. Raquel could advance, yes. Priest could cost Finn and JD. Seth Rollins could ambush CM Punk. Metal Mama said, I don't get anything. I haven't for years. Just my kids, and I'm fine with that. I don't know. I do sense some resentment there, to be honest. I do resent a lot of anger and upset, actually. It does seem like your kids are maybe not quite enough. I'm getting SmackDown tickets, said Ellis. Oh, wow. I hope you have a good time, my friends. Carl and Dawn said, I want a new job for Christmas. Might be tricky, but we have to see what Santa can cook up for you, my friends. I have one kid. Shut up, Daze. I just got out of my MRI. Be kind to me. Okay. Well, you can't use that as an excuse all the time, can you? Can't constantly use that, like, oh, just got out of an MRI. I mean, what am I meant to do? How can I respond to that? It makes me look like a bad person, though. Do you know what? I don't care. Screw you. Ah. Chris said, I'm not sure if it's wrong or not. Probably is. But I got myself the new CM Punk title, oh, the custom one, the commemorative one. And I gave it to my mum to wrap because I'm a boomer and I like opening things. Mum, can you wrap this, please? And then give it to me on Christmas. Thank you. No, that's not wrong. I actually really respect that. Cal said, Daze, I really think we're about to see just how sick the Wyatt Sicks can be when they're throwing a lifeline out. I know the Final Testament have ended that they have started an all-out war. So they might have won the battle, but they've started an all-out war. Yeah, listen, the Wyatt Sicks, they're going to respond. I don't expect to see them tonight. I think that there'll be a message that is sent. I mean, it would be great. It'll either be like a little video package or it'll be like when Nikki popped up and attacked Scarlett, you know? I'm not expecting anything seismic. I'm not expecting anything big. I think last week seeing them was a treat. And I think they try to treat those moments as being special, which only makes it more frustrating, of course, when we do see them and they get beaten so, well, I'm going to say easily, right? I know there was cheating. I know there was powder in the eyes, but I don't know. I've never quite understood why powder in the eyes means that you can't kick out. I've never understood why powder in the eyes means your legs don't work. Apparently it just like your core strength, just your leg power just completely goes because your eyes are stinging. You know? My eyes. 1, 2. There's nothing I can do. I mean, maybe if it was pepper spray, you know? Maybe if it was pepper spray. I've seen pepper spray having like... have you seen those police videos after someone's been pepper sprayed and they're like... They're really in pain, but this isn't pepper spray, is it? It's like some sort of salt or something, so I don't know. I would have liked to have seen him kick out, to be honest, or certainly I would have liked to have seen him survive a little longer and then have the stuff in the eyes and then get beaten, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we get, to be honest. I don't know what we get. I'm almost certain whatever it is going to be disappointing. I don't want to be moody, but I'm almost adamant, almost certain whatever it is we get is going to be disappointing. I'm just mentally prepared for it, and do you know what? It's fine. I'm not even going to complain because I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it to be underwhelming. I'm ready for the show to end and for a load of people to go, I was hoping for something a bit better than that from the Wyatt Sicks, because it's just been that way so many weeks in a row that I'm just mentally ready now. So if it happens, fine. I don't even know if it'll register. So I'll take whatever I get. Imagine if we don't get anything at all. Imagine that. Imagine if we don't get anything at all. And then, like, something happens on Raw Talk really small. I've got to tell you, that is so annoying. When I try to do unseen videos, I want to get them out before midnight in America. So I keep saying I've got this window of like 2 hours, really. 3, when the show ends here in the UK, 3 a.m. till 5 a.m. That is 10 p.m. to midnight in Eastern time, right? So I know I have to get that video done as soon as possible to catch people before they go to bed. And Raw Talk really messes that up, to be honest. But then saying that, when Raw goes back to 3 hours, you know, that I am going to be in that boat once again. I'm going to have an hour. I mean, you know, when Raw goes back to finishing at like 4 a.m., 11 p.m., I'll have an hour to try and get a video recorded and uploaded. So I suppose in a way I need to get back into that habit, really. But it is annoying not knowing, shall I do the video or shall I wait for Raw Talk? Because there has been a few things that have gone down on Raw Talk that needed to be spoken about. So being in that 2 frame of minds is difficult. Sometimes I favour just getting it out. Sometimes I favour waiting. I suppose it really depends what's happened with the Wyatt Sicks. If the Wyatt Sicks have been on the show and we've had something, I tend to just get it out. If we haven't, then I tend to wait, because I always think, yeah, okay, they're surely going to do something on Raw Talk. So I'm getting what I want for Christmas. I want all this uncertainty removed. I want this Raw Talk stuff gone, and I just want to get back to, you know, a 3-hour show now. I don't mind 2-hour Raws. I spoke about wanting 2-hour Raws for a long time, so I'm all right with 2-hour Raws. But either way, I'm quite happy to get rid of this Raw Talk uncertainty. You watch. As soon as we get 3-hour Raws, then they'll start doing stuff on Raw Talk even after that, then. This Raw Talk thing's going to be a bugbear of mine, I'm sure. Lord Shograth said, I want an Alexa return for Christmas. Lord Shograth, I love this situation with you. It is honestly my favourite part of the community. Lord Shograth just being so frustrated with Alexa fans constantly saying she's coming back, she's going to join the Wyatt Sicks. Lord Shograth just can't cope with it, can't deal with it. And I don't know why it tickles me so much, but it does. It does. I've got a little video here, which is of, what's this, Charles Robinson wilding. Listen to the end of this video. Okay, well, what is this?
Never carry me like that.
I didn't know where that was going. I heard someone go, Rhea, you suck. I'm like, but he's not saying anything. Like, God, that was a walk, wasn't it? For 11 seconds. That was a walk. I'm like, but he's not saying anything. He's not saying anything. And then right at the very end, he goes, Rhea, never carry me like that. Yeah, man. Okay. I see you. You can go in the fun folder. I honestly had not seen this clip, and I was... I'd not seen this clip, and I was a bit worried there was going to be, like, entrance music in there. So I was ready to, like, kill it if we had to. Because obviously entrance music, copyright, blah, blah, blah. But I could hear it was fine. You couldn't really hear anything. And I was like, well, he's not saying anything. And then, boom. You see, I'm the opposite. Like, you can carry me like that. In fact, I insist upon it. So me and Charles Robinson are 2 very, very different people. 2 very different people. Yeah, that was quite fun. That was good. Right, am I up to date with these super chats? No, I thought I'd missed one. Mackenzie, shout out to you, my friend, said Netflix could help WWE sign wrestlers next year. Who could they sign, though, Mackenzie? Who do we think that they could go and get? I mean, they're not going to be able to get anyone from AEW because they're all under contracts. And really, like, you know, everyone's under contract of any note. So it's only about the indies, and we've got next in line, haven't we? So I don't know who we can sign. I don't know who WWE need help signing. They can't go and get any AEW talent. They can't get any New Japan talent until their contracts come up. And really, who else is out there? I mean, they've got a working relationship with TNA. If there's anyone in TNA we like the look of, I think there's a good chance we get them. You know, no disrespect to TNA, no disrespect to TNA fans, but I think even they would agree that Jordynne Grace is probably on her way to WWE. We've brought her in a few times. We like the look of her. I think she enjoys being around the WWE setup. So, like, yeah. But again, it's all contracts, isn't it? It's about when their contracts come up. Luke Whitehouse said, I want Liv Morgan to marry me for Christmas. Well, do you own a cannabis farm? That would be my question. If you own a cannabis farm, then I feel like there is a chance. I feel like, you know, it's not totally ruled out that she might say yes if you possess such a thing. But without that, it's probably a no-go, to be honest. I don't even know if she's in a relationship. I mean, I'm not bothered. But, yeah, I don't know if she's in a relationship or not. She was with Matey Boy, wasn't she? She was with Bo. But apparently that came to an end, so... Daze, I've got a question, said WTD Peak. Who do we think the next big surprise return will be? I think it'll be AJ Lee. Well, it depends what you mean by next big return surprise. I mean, obviously, Charlotte coming back is going to be a big deal. Alexa coming back is going to be a big deal. But if we're talking about people from outside of the business, then... yeah, I would say that she is going to be top of the tree because there isn't really anyone else out there. I mean, we could go and get someone from AEW, like a Mercedes Moné, but she seems quite happy in AEW. Same with Jon Moxley. I mean, look, if Moxley came back, that would be a big deal because it allows you to do a Shield reunion and gives you the options there. So that would obviously be a big deal, but he seems happy. Edge seems happy. Dustin seems happy, which is a bit of a shame because it would be great if Dustin would come back. Because if Dustin came back, think of the options we could do with Cody. So that would be great. So, but unfortunately, a lot of our options are limited. I can only really think of AJ Lee. We know Goldberg should be around. And I don't know if that's a surprise people even really care about in 2025. So it's slim pickings, to be honest. But there's not loads of people out there that I think we could go and get that would have any kind of big reaction. We haven't really let go a lot of big names. And if we did, or if they left, they went to AEW and they're currently under contract. So, yeah, not many options, really. Kieran said, I hope you are well. Can't wait for Raw tonight. Kieran, shout out to you, my friends. And Kian Owen said, Daze, I'm getting a wrestling chain and Marvel figure stuff. I'm going to get a new phone. I'm going to get Liam Payne CDs. I'm going to get the Red Dead Redemption game. And I'm going to get God of War Ragnarok. Lego Marvel, X-Men 97, Blackbirds, and Mrs. Incredible Funko. Well, look at you, Kian. Someone's spoiled, aren't they, eh? Someone's spoiled. Well, I hope you get all of those things. I hope you have a great Christmas. And I definitely want pictures of whatever it was people got. Because honestly, I mean, I'll quite happily put a video up on the second channel that just shows what things the community got. You know, I think that would be something people would be interested in. Obviously, little video clips would be better than images. If you know, getting an idea of like the Christmas tree and the presents and just a little glimpse, just a little tiny glimpse into other people's day. I think the community might enjoy that. People show, we're not after hours and hours of footage. I'm talking like a minute or two where, you know, you just talk, show what you got, Merry Christmas, whatever it might be. Yeah. Yeah. Happily tag me in those things on Twitter or even send them to wrestlingdaze@gmail.com. And I'll be quite happy to pull something together on that. I might have to pull it together on Boxing Day, because obviously I don't know when everyone's going to send stuff in, but so I can't guarantee that'll be on Christmas Day, because I would imagine things will come throughout the day. But there will be an unseen. I'm still going to do an unseen on Christmas Day. As I said, Christmas Day for me is not... It's a big deal. It's Christmas Day, but yeah, no, shouldn't be a problem to do an unseen. We have done streams on Christmas Day before. It's the 28th for me that's a bit more of a problem, to be honest. That's when my whole family comes round. And to be honest, this sort of gets packed up a little bit. It's impossible to pack it all away, but do you know what I mean? It sort of gets packed up. When is the 28th? 28th is a Saturday. So whatever's happening on that Saturday, I already know I can't do it. But I'm not sure there is anything. The boxing, I don't think's on. UFC is not on. WWE's not on. So I don't think there's anything on that Saturday. So, that's all right. That's fine. But yeah, other than the 28th, like, we're here all throughout Christmas. And we'll have some on Christmas Day as well. Tom says, Trini, apparently she has apologised to all and they are fine with her now. If she hasn't apologized, then I agree. Oh, is this Metal Mama? Yeah, she apologized. We do let her back in. It's absolutely fine. No, Tessa. I haven't actually heard if she's apologized or not. If you're telling me that she's apologized, then that's very interesting. And I do think second chances, I'm down for giving second chances, as long as the person is legitimately sorry, and they've taken some steps to actually apologize. Not everyone's going to forgive, though, just like not how everyone forgave Hulk Hogan. But then I'm not sure if everyone believed Hulk Hogan's apology. So, I don't know, it's messy, innit? It's messy. I think, to be honest, I don't get the impression, and I could be wrong, but I don't get the impression that TNA have done it for her. I think they've done it for themselves, and it does sort of feel a bit like, is that the right thing to do? Should she maybe have gone somewhere first and, like, shown that she's changed? And didn't she go to Women of Wrestling and it fell apart? Like, something went wrong and she ended up, like, having a big falling out and leaving. I mean, that was a few years ago. I need to look at that. I don't want to say stuff that's not true. But something in my head is saying about Women of Wrestling. Tessa Blanchard's. Wow. More info on Tessa Blanchard. Wow. Tessa has not been fired from WoW, but she is no longer factoring into their plans. She was not part of the original taping. Multiple people have reached out, indicating to them there could be legal recourse between the two sides, and were concerned about possibly getting involved. Blanchard was livid after a January tryout was cancelled by CBS due to COVID. One source said to Fightful that things had got bad for a fallout to occur between McLean and Blanchard. McLean had stuck by Blanchard for multiple controversies throughout the year. Sources within the company said WoW was even able to lure back some people that swore they would never again work with Blanchard, only to see more of the same. Mate. At one point, the WoW project was planned to be a part of her rehabilitation project, but the business strategy shifted. WoW started to go after AJ Lee. They managed to sign Lee. The plan shifted to Tessa being the primary in-ring name, with Lee being the veteran face of the company. Well, I mean, look, that doesn't quite explain everything to me. It seems like she wasn't fired, but it seems like there were issues. Let's put it that way. Seems like she wasn't fired from WoW, but reading that, which is from Fightful, that seems like there were issues when she was in WoW. That was 3 years ago. 3 years ago that was posted. So, I don't know. Make of it whatever you will. Some people would have given her a chance and brought her back. Some people wouldn't have. I don't know. I don't know what the right thing to do is. You'd need to speak to her, really. Know where she was at. Know what she was saying. And It's a wild one. Tessa confirmed in an interview today she's currently not signed with TNA or CMLL. She's not signed with anyone. She's been in CMLL for the last 2 years-ish, says James. Oh, well, that's good. If she's been in CMLL, which I didn't know, and there's not been any issues there, maybe they've seen that and they've took a bit of confidence from that. Women of Wrestling was the last thing I know of her being in, and I remember there being issues there. So if she's been in CMLL, shown she's turned over a new leaf, maybe TNA have had some confidence from that. Doing an angle with her, though, if you've not signed her, is pretty bonkers, isn't it? Like, I don't even quite understand that. That's interesting. I think this Tessa thing's very interesting. I'm going to use that word. Controversial is another word I could use, but let's go interesting for now. So, James, thank you. That's interesting. Trini said, when you have the ability to spit in a black woman's face and then call her the N-words, you make sure you have the ability to apologize louder than your disrespects. Well, there's no arguing with that, is there? In all fairness. But again, I don't know what she's said. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I am not standing up for Tessa. This is not come on, guys, let's all forgive her. That ain't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I do believe in second chances, but I don't know if I would give her one because I don't know where she is with an apology and growing as a person and ownership and, you know, all of that. So I really don't know. It's a hard one to have an opinion on because so removed from the situation, but it's definitely one that's got people talking. Hannah said, Daze, what are the thoughts? Thoughts on what is a more known source? Sean Ross Sapp or John Source Jap? Sapp says nothing imminent now, but Jap says massive moments tonight. Shout out to you, Hannah. Shout out to you. I understand why they brought her back, says Trini. I understand why they brought her in. Look at the amount of conversation it caused. When was the last time the wrestling world was talking this much about TNA? It was a smart decision. I can't deny that. Yeah, but you shouldn't. You're right, but you shouldn't do it unless she is, shall we use the word rehabilitated, right? And so if she is the same person she was with like the same, it's so hard because I don't even know if I want to say the word beliefs because I don't even know. I mean, she used to go out with Ricochet. And she made this argument. She's like, I'm not racist, which is, you know, a pretty bold statement when you've, as you said, spat in a black woman's face and used the M-word, right? To then turn around and go, I'm not racist, it's like, well, something's not adding up here, love. We've got a 2 + 2 = 5 situation going on, but as I said before, did she do it just because she wanted to cause as much hurt and pain as possible? Is it one of those situations where, you know, someone's mom's passed away and you absolutely hate that person and you go up to her and you go, I'm glad your mom's dead, you know? You might not be really, right? But you just want to cause as much pain as you possibly, you want to get right to their core. You just want to hit them, like you want to stick the knife in as deep as it can possibly ever go. Because you hate them that much. Is it that more than she hates all black people? That was the point I tried to make the other day. Obviously, you have to be very careful with the wording because in no way does that excuse it. I'm not saying that makes it... Guys, come on, it's fine. She didn't do it for this reason. So what she did was horrific, right? Unexcusable. But I was trying to understand what the motive might have been. Is it that she's racist? Or is it that it's a very personal attack on one person that she really wanted to, you know, really stick that knife into? And I don't know. Only she can answer that. And then, you know, without knowing that, how do you go about an apology? Where does that go? then you've got all the rumors of her bullying other people. Like, it's if that was an isolated incident, that would be one thing. But that is an incident along with lots of other incidents, yeah, where she has been accused of bullying girls backstage. Isla Dawn spoke out against her. Chelsea Green spoke out against her. Like, there's a laundry list of women that came out and spoke out against her. So it does show a pattern, doesn't it? It does show something in her personality that is flawed, that needs resolving. And even for this amount of hype, they should not have touched her with a barge pole unless they absolutely knew that all of that has now been resolved, right? And she's in a different place. And even then, you're going to have women that won't want to work with her. Just like apparently Jordan Grace said, I'm not interested in working with her. Apparently Jordan Grace was like, nah, it's not happening. But then saying that, she came in and she planted Jordan Grace. It was Jordan Grace in the ring when she came back. So I'm starting to wonder even how much is that true. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't think this is a conversation we can really get anywhere with because there's not a lot of details known. And as James has just said, she might not even be signed. So it's got to be leading somewhere, though. You don't bring her in and have her do that angle if it's not leading somewhere. Unless you want to just do it to test the water. You just bring her in just to see what people are saying, you know. But would you ever do this to test the water? Wouldn't you just have her sat in the front row? You could test the water that way, you know. She could just be sat in the front row watching if you were testing the water. Why does she need to be in the ring actually laying out Jordan Grace? Like, why did they have to go that far? So, I've got questions. What's this that's I'm reading? Daze, the newest promo that Triple H posted for Raw features Uncle Howdy. This signifies that Uncle Howdy, the Wyatt Sicks, are going to be featured and Triple H will allow Bo to take the centre stage on Raw. Oh, do you mean when his face flashes up? I thought you was implying that this person here was Uncle Howdy. I was like, I don't think it is. Yeah, it is true. His face does pop up. Can we pause it? I mean, I don't even know if we're going to be able to pause it at the right time. But this is Triple H's announcement talking about how it's real, it's rebellious, it's raw. Somewhere in here, there is a Uncle Howdy image that flashes up. There's Cody. There's Rhea. Oh, there we go. There he was. There's Howdy. So, yeah, I mean, it's true. He does feature. So, is it a case that... But he's a Raw superstar, isn't he? I mean, I don't know. Does it mean anything? I don't know if it means he's about to take center stage. I think they're clearly a big act. They're clearly not jobbers. They're clearly not people that sit in catering, even though we don't see them that much. There will be plans for them in 2025. So, I don't know. I can't really say I get a great deal from this, other than it looks likely that they will continue to operate on Raw rather than be shifted to SmackDown. That's the only thing I really take away from that, to be honest. Mackenzie, shout out to you, said, I want Tiffany Stratton for Christmas. I tell you what, there's a lot of pervs in our community, and I'm not saying that Mackenzie's a perv. I'm just saying you have to decide that, right? But there's a lot of pervs that do want women for Christmas. That do want Rhea, or do want Liv, or do want Tiffany. And that makes me so proud, knowing that this is a community full of pervs that are hoping to wake up on Christmas Day and have a woman tied up under there. I don't know why I've said tied up. In my mind, she's tied up with a little bow on her head. Like, that is what our community is hoping for. And the other way as well, you know, there might be some women in our community, we've had that conversation, but, you know, women that are hoping for, like, Roman Reigns under the Christmas tree, yeah? So, yeah, it works both ways. But, Mackenzie, shout out to you. Kieran said, I hope you are well, and I cannot wait for Raw tonight. I want Bianca, said Flavio. Well, Flavio, you're going to have to... deal with the fallout that is Montez Ford on that one, I'm afraid. Just like how Mackenzie is going to have to deal with Ludwig Kaiser, so good luck with that. Kevin Owens is going to pay a lot of money and he'll be suspended, said Stephanie. Daze, the Vault has uploaded Hogan, Cena, Batista teaming up, and someone mentioned how WrestleMania 22 had low buy rates. It might have had more if Hogan, Cena for the title was the main event. Thoughts? Well, I don't know where Hogan was at that point. I mean, he goes to TNA, doesn't he? But timeline-wise of when he actually goes there, I don't know. Could we have done it? Was he in TNA at that point? I'm honestly not sure. I mean, when was 22? That was what, 06? I think that was 06. So was Hogan in TNA by 06? It was around that time in my mind. I honestly, I don't know. I mean, you are quite removed by that point. You're a good few years out from him and The Rock, which was what, 2002. So, you know, you're talking 4 years later. I mean, would it have done like big numbers? Sure, Hogan had a name. We hadn't hit the controversy at that point. So, yes, it would have done bigger numbers. Whether it actually could have happened, though, I'm not sure it could. Is there a double show tonight? Yes. IG, this is Oval. Yes. There is a double show tonight. It is a taping. We will only get one show shown. The other one, of course, is going to be recorded, and we will see that next week. Luke Whitehouse Show said, we are not pervs. Well, I don't even need to read the rest. Yeah. You keep telling yourself that, buds. You keep telling yourself that. We just dream. We just dream. We are just men. Yeah. The thing is, though, men are pervs. I mean, that's just a fact of life, really. You can't really separate the two. They are interchangeable. I mean, basically, it's pervs and women. That's basically what the world is. It's pervs and women. You could have, on the toilets, you could have a stick person with a little triangle for a dress, right? Maybe that's a bit outdated in 2024. I don't know. That's how it used to be, right? Don't go hunting me down, right? That's how it used to be. You used to have a stick man and you used to have a stick woman, and the woman had a little dress on. Is that sexist? I don't know. But you could have that for women. And for the guys, just a pair of binoculars. Just a pair of binoculars, or maybe a dirty, grey, brown, long jacket. Yeah, like that, Yeah. Maybe a bush, not that kind of bush, normal bush, with some binoculars coming out like that. That could be the men or pervs, and then stick woman with a dress on the other side. But to be honest, and I'm not even joking, of the two things that I've just explained, I actually don't know in 2024 which would be seen as the more offensive. I don't know. I actually don't know. In 2024, I genuinely don't know which one would be viewed as more offensive. Would it be describing men as pervs and having binoculars on the door, or is it the stick person with a dress on? Which one would be viewed as more? I don't know. I don't know. I just know that I find this world endlessly entertaining. Right? No political statements. I just find it endlessly entertaining. I can find humour in places I didn't even think humour was existing, but there we go. In your opinion, who could have made Saturday night's main event better? What could have made Saturday night's main event better, said Philip. Well, I gave it a 7. I broke it down on the review and the opinions video. I know there was people that were disappointed and weren't feeling it. I think that it depended on how much you loved the nostalgia. If you love seeing Jesse, hearing him again, if you love seeing the red, white and blue ropes being back, if you love the narrow kind of walkway like it kind of was back in the day, if you enjoyed seeing the neon sign at the start and all those little touches, the referees in shirts with bow ties on and, all those kind of bits, then I think you had a smile on your face before the first match even happened, you know. I think you was in a good headspace before the first match happened. And even though those first matches, they were rushed in the sense of they could have benefited from having a bit more time, I think the adverts were obviously a massive problem, a massive factor. Because actually back in the day, doing 5 matches on a 2-hour show, that was a takeover. NXT takeovers were 2 hours long, 5 matches, and they are some of the best wrestling shows you'll ever see from WWE. I mean, those early takeovers were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Like, perfect. I wouldn't change them. I remember watching them back in like 2014, 2015. And honestly, I remember thinking like, oh, you just can't get better than this. And then the next one would happen a month later or 2 months later, and it would be better. And they just kept outdoing each other. And it was like the opening tag match would cook, main event would be dramatic, grudge matches would end. And it was 2 hours that flew by in 10 minutes. And it was just so entertaining. And I think all they did is they tried to just copy that structure, but the adverts, you didn't have adverts with NXT takeovers, but you did with this TV special. So maybe there was an argument that they should have done 4 matches rather than 5, and they should have allowed those earlier matches, you know, maybe not have Sammy Drew, take that off, do the 4, let them all breathe a little bit more, maybe do some backstage bits, and actually I think people would have enjoyed the matches a bit more. I think the match quality could have been higher. I'm not down on the results. I know that people wanted surprises and whatnot, but you was guaranteed a historic moment anyway, because we were going to crown the first ever Women's United States champion. And I said during my review, I don't know if people really understand how big that moment was right now. Maybe in 30 years, 40 years time, when that belt is still around, people will understand that actually seeing the first champion being crowned was a really big moment and something quite historic and something that maybe we didn't give enough recognition to, you know? So for me, because we already had that moment, a moment of pure, true history, I didn't need any other title changes. I just needed it to make sense. Actually, the post-fight event brawl, if you include that, I think you got a lot more than I was even expecting. I did not expect Triple H coming out pushing Kevin Owens around. I mean, should that have made it onto the show? To have actually, you know, some people count it, some people don't. You know, if we'd have included that on the show, would that have made the show better rather than it playing out afterwards? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I count it because we were still live. It was quite exciting, actually. We were doing our watch-along and we were talking about the show, and then it was like, guys, news is coming through. WrestleVotes is saying there's been an altercation, and it was like, we need footage, and we were looking for the footage, and it had a real, oh my God, something's happening, what's going, like, it was quite exciting. And for me, I'm still doing the live stream. The crowd are still in the building. Like, we live in a social media world where, okay, if you turn the show off and you had left, then I totally understand why you would feel down, right? And be like, oh, I can't believe I missed it. But we live in a social media world where that stuff was available. It was out there. It was coming through straight away. It was, you know, moments after the show had ended. So I include it, to be honest. But if you don't include it, that's fine. So what would have made it better? Yeah, maybe one less match, maybe actually including that fallout and Triple H push-in and all that stuff, actually include that in the show, which you could have done if you'd have lost the match. A return, maybe if Charlotte had come out, and so, you know, people would have, you know, had that. But again, you know, honestly, I think if you'd have put the belt on Kevin Owens, obviously, but I mean, you're talking about one of the biggest things you can do there. It shouldn't take a title change of that magnitude to make a show good or bad. You know, we're talking about the WWE Championship, something that was on Roman for like, what, 4 years? Something that Hulk Hogan carried for, you know, about that time. Something that Bruno Sammartino carried for 7 years and then came back and had another run with it for 4. So, you shouldn't really have to dictate a show about, like, if there's going to be a world title change. Certainly in a match where it looked very likely that it weren't changing hands anyway. I mean, everyone said it was, like, maybe too predictable. But, I don't know, it's difficult because I don't know that the predictable nature of the matches can massively dictate a show score for me. Because if predictable, it means that it's going the way we expect it to go. And some of that is because of rumour, don't forget. The reason why we're able to predict it is because we know where they're going. If we didn't have that information, maybe it would have been harder to have predicted. But we know the plan is that Cody's going to be involved with The Rock or something with the title around WrestleMania. And we know that there's been rumours of Gunther, Goldberg. In fact, before the show had even started, rumours had come out that Gunther's going to have cage matches for the title during the holiday tour. And I remember doing the live stream going, is this a spoiler? Should I mention this? Should I not mention this? I didn't mention it in the end, but that's what I was referring to. I had just seen news that Gunther was going to be involved in the world title in cage matches during the holiday tour. So in my mind, it was like just confirmation that Gunther was winning. So again, we live in a world where all these rumors and all this information is out there. That contributes towards making these a lot easier to predict as well, So I don't disagree, it was predictable, but can that really hurt the score? Maybe it knocks it down a point or so, but can it really hurt the score? I look for talking points. That's what I look for. I look for talking points. Did I watch that show and have things to talk about after? Yes. Oh my God, did I? We crowned the first Women's United States champion. We had loads of nostalgic moments. We had a big fallout, big brawl afterwards as well, right? So for me, in the space of 2 hours, I had talking points. There was things for us to... And not only that, Cody using a chair to get the victory, that alone is a talking point, because does it indicate Cody, like, turning heel? I don't think he does, but he could have kicked that chair away. I can't escape that. He could have kicked that chair away. And this is going to be a big talking point going forward, right? That he didn't. We have seen Cody cheat to win before. He cheated the second time he faced Seth. And he grabbed the tights. Seth had been trying to cheat Cody. He grabbed the rope. And then Cody rolls up Seth and grabs the tights. And he got away with it. And he won the second match. So Cody has cheated to win before. But there's no denying he cheated here. Just because Kevin introduced the chair and tried to use it doesn't mean that Cody should use it, right? It was a proper match championship. Cody should hold himself to a higher standard, and he didn't. So even that was a talking point. Of course, Rhea coming out and confronting Liv after means we're not done with that feud, so might not be a great talking point, but it is still a talking point. I thought some of the moments in the matches were quite good as well. So for me, this is why it all shook out as 7. I love the nostalgia stuff. It put a smile on my face. I thought some of the matches were good. In fact, I think 2 of the 5 matches got a great rating from the community. One of them was really close to getting great. So it was kind of like 2.5 really got great rating. So, some of the matches could have been improved, but it wasn't, none of them were like bad. And there was talking points, and yeah, there's easy ways of improving it. You could have done a title change. You could have had Charlotte come back. You could have had Goldberg approach Gunther. You could have had one less match, which would have let the matches breathe a little bit more. You could have gone even further with the nostalgia. People complaining about the LED boards, people complaining about the ringside area not being as it used to be, or the ring steps not being blue, or the entranceway still being a Titantron, or the fact they use pyro. Little things like, if you wanted to go even further in the nostalgia, there was ways of doing it. In fact, the commentary table, I can't even remember if that was, I don't think it was. I think that was new. Back in the day, they would have just a table and they'd have those big square monitors on, wouldn't they? Those big monitors. Do you remember, was it Rusev stole one once? You could have had those there. I'm not saying that this would have massively changed anyone's score. I'm just saying that the nostalgia was good, but you could have gone a bit further with it. So, yeah, there was, I think, good, bad, and I think it really depended on if you cared about the talking points, if you cared about the nostalgia. 2 hours, I watched it. I was not bored at any point. I was hooked. I was on board. I was loving it. I had a really fun time, actually. So it was a bit disappointing to see that had not been reflected in the community and that there was people that just didn't feel it. But, I mean, they didn't. We looked at the poll after, and I think like 50% said it was good, it was okay, and about 30% said it was great. And then you had a little bit of people that said it was bad and a little bit said it was all time. But the majority were torn between it being okay, good, or it being great. Like, they were really caught between the two. And, I mean, like, I was a 7, so I was probably, the same. If there was an option between them, like, if there was maybe if okay and good were separated. So it was bad, okay, good, very good, great, something like that. If very good was in there, I would have gone very good. And I think a lot of you would have gone very good as well. I don't know that it quite made great, but I don't think it was okay. I thought it was better than that. So, yeah, it's a very interesting one. It was very interesting getting the response from the community. I thought it made for quite a fun video, actually, because there was some real passionate opinions in there. Saturday night was fun to watch, said Ellis Dubb, mostly for nostalgia. There are things that need slight changes. They need to cut down the card to 4 matches. They need to give everything time to breathe. I was thinking 6.5, said LS Dubb. Well, I think that's very fair. But then, I ask for honest opinion. So if someone wants to come on and go, I disagree. For me, it was a 2 because too many matches. The matches we got, I didn't think were good enough. We didn't get any surprises. I didn't care for the nostalgia. I didn't think it went far enough. The attack that happened after the show. Like, if you was to view everything in a negative context, and as a result, it was like a 2 for you, I could understand it. It's not that I can't understand it. I could understand it. For me, I got something from it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good show. So, but it was a very, very mixed bag. Mr. Dow Jr. said, this has probably never been asked, but could we do a massive PLE in a college football stadium? They could have all the students, bands, cheerleaders in the crowds. Is this an amazing idea thought, said Mr. Dow Jr. It is an amazing idea thought. And I am going to give you props and credit for suggesting it. The only thing I'm going to just add is that I have heard this idea before, but actually in UFC. So there was a question to Dana, and they were like, you keep doing fight nights at the Apex, which is like UFC's home. Yeah, it's like their performance center. And they were like, it's got no soul. It's got no energy. There's only like 100 people in there. And I know that you do it for like cost saving, but have you ever thought of going to a college place where there's a load of students, just letting them come in and just having like a real different feel, or actually bringing them into the Apex? I mean, I'm sure there must be, universities or something in Las Vegas, like inviting a load of that to bring some energy. And so it was something I saw get put to Dana, and Dana was like, that's kind of interesting. So he was thinking about like fight nights and the ones that they don't have a venue or like a special venue for, doing something with students to inject some life into it. So to answer your question, yes, I love the idea. I don't know what that would do for sales, because obviously students don't have loads of disposable income because they've all got like part-time jobs and they're just getting by, really. So, you can't really go crazy with ticket prices. And I don't know. I mean, it'd be a fun show to watch. It would have a bonkers atmosphere. But we know that's not really what motivates WWE. That's a lovely bonus for WWE. The first thought is, how can we make as much money as possible? How can we keep breaking that highest grossing record? How can we keep telling the fans that we're ripping them off? How can we keep bragging about the fact that we've managed to get a load of these boomers to pay even more money, which then raises the bar and means that, you know, we now know we can get away with this, so we're going to go again. That's what happens. Every single time they go to an arena now, they keep charging more and more because they're just waiting for the tickets to not sell. I feel like they're charging more and more, and they're going, we're getting away with this, you know. They keep paying. We're getting away with it. Who knew? At some point, they're going to reach a price where people are like, nah. But actually, I don't know that they will, because there are rich people in the world that will keep paying. There are rich people. And, you know, but they can't keep filling all the arenas. They can't keep filling 20-odd thousand arenas around the world. So there's got to come some point where the average Joe's, I'm out, you know. I can't take me, the kids and everyone like we used to. And actually, you're seeing that now. I already have people getting in touch saying that they can't go to certain events because it's too expensive. We had that a lot with the Scotland ones, for example. Clash at the Castle. I had a lot of people getting in touch saying they couldn't afford to go. So, unfortunately, that is the motivator, isn't it, for TKO? You know, even Vince would not put flipping sponsors in the ring. It's a myth that he never thought of it. It's a myth that it was not an idea that was proposed to him. He just always wanted a clean ring. I think he had a bit of OCD about the ring mat being clean, because after every match they used to pull the canvas off. This is why you can get so many. This was used at this event. That's why there's so many of those, because there wasn't just one canvas for the whole show. They were layered on top of each other. They would pull them off at the end of each match. That's also why, I mean, not in the early days when they, were pushed for cash, but as the company made more money in the Attitude Era, then you would see that they would actually layer the canvases and they would remove them after each match. Sometimes they wouldn't if they didn't need to, but if there was a few marks or something on, then they would. And then, you've got a nice clean canvas for the next match. And I think he had a bit of OCD about that, to be honest. And so even Vince wouldn't slap a flipping Prime bottle on the middle of the ring. TKO, though, oh my God, no problem. How many should we put? The only thing they haven't done yet is colour, but it's coming. It's coming. Don't you worry about that. I've no doubt we'll be sat here in 5 years' time and we'll have every flipping colour under the rainbow on the ring. We've got them in the corner. We've already got colour on the turnbuckle pads. Prime blue Prime bottles. I was thinking about this the other day, I don't think Logan realised when he agreed to do that he was the first and that people didn't like it. And do you remember there was that thread going around that someone did iconic moments but actually added the Prime bottle to show how ugly it looked. And I don't think he quite realised that there was going to be a backlash to it. What I will say is that I have become desensitised to it now, in the sense of I don't notice it anymore if it's there, because I don't notice it, right? But I still wish it wasn't there. It's not something that makes wrestling better. It just makes TKO more money. That's the only thing. And that, unfortunately, is what makes the TKO world go round. The Rumble is only 2 hours away, but I cannot afford to take the family, and I would love to, said Tyler. Yeah, it really makes me angry. I just think that you love to see the company being successful, because I remember when they weren't, and you don't want to think about them not being around anymore. So, the company being successful is a great thing, and that is something that should be celebrated, because it sort of guarantees that it's doing well and it's going to be here for us, because we all love WWE. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. So, celebrating the company doing well is fantastic, but I don't know, at the cost of the fans, like being the ones that have to pay more and more. I know there's inflation. I know things get more expensive. But, like, I don't know. How much do the wrestlers need to be paid? Like, wrestlers getting millions and millions and millions. How many millions and millions do you need? If those wage bills weren't as high, well, then maybe the ticket prices wouldn't need to be as high. So it's kind of hard to celebrate when you hear of someone getting a big deal. And, like, because you know that you're going to pay for it in one way or another. I mean, you could make the argument, like, if the wages weren't so high, would we have to have the sponsors in the ring, You pay for it somehow, eventually. Be it ticket prices, be it flipping network prices, blah, 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 whatever. I mean, the only great thing at the moment is the model means that streaming platforms are king. So that means that we don't have to pay for pay-per-views. That might not always be the case. There is no guarantee that streaming platforms, because I don't even know if Netflix makes a profit, because I know they had to crack down on shared passwords because that was a real issue for them. So I know that a lot of streaming services can actually struggle turning a profit. And so, like, what if they're not here in 10 years, 20 years? What if that is just a model that is not sustainable and streaming platforms just don't, and then all of a sudden we have to go back to pay-per-views, and then all of a sudden we have to pay for each one, and, now we've got to try and pay for the flipping wrestler wages, and, oh my God. Yeah, I don't know. It's not really worth worrying about, but I don't like seeing the average person being priced out of going to the wrestling. I'll flipping take a Prime bottle in a ring if it means ticket prices don't go up. But you shouldn't really have to be in that situation where you have to make that choice, King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Really appreciate the support as always, buds. Daze, Hogan was with WWE in 06. He might have had the title shot with Cena in 06, where it might have elevated Cena. Well, it could have. I think that's it would have been a big match to have done. Yeah, in the history books, Hogan against Cena. Justin said, Daze, AJ Lee return has been confirmed by Dave Meltzer. Has it? They are all changing the password stuff, fewer and fewer, so maybe that's going to keep the streaming services alive and well, said Chris. I don't know, but to me, it might just be a bit of a band-aid. I don't know that it's going to kind of fix things, It might just be a band-aid over a gaping wound. Without looking at the financials, I'm not sure. Saturday night's main event back in the 80s was more special. At a time when there wasn't as many pay-per-views, PLEs, superstars usually wrestled jobbers, says NetForce. Very, very much a different time. I do agree with you. I also agree that they wrestled jobbers a lot more on the normal shows, but on Saturday night's main event, not so much. Saturday night's main event, you tended to actually put superstar against superstar. But you are absolutely correct that on TV, you got a lot of wrestlers against jobbers. And the reason for that is because the money was in the house shows. So the business was very different because you used TV to show off your wrestlers, build up their star power by giving them wins, making them look cool. And then, if you want to see them in action, make sure you come into such and such. And the house shows kept the business alive. And it was a hard business because, really the amount of money you had was dictated by the success of your stories and your house shows. This is why, building stars, telling compelling stories was so important, because your whole success was based on it. Whereas now, you get given a load of money for the next 5 years from the TV companies, regardless of what stories you tell. I mean, granted, if your stories are rubbish and your ratings are going to flatline, then, of course, you're probably not going to get a new renewal. But, so you have to make sure that you're still delivering to a certain degree, but it's not quite... You can go through a bad period now, whereas back then, a bad period could flip and kill your promotion. It's a very different time now. The money comes from TV and it comes from, streaming platforms. It doesn't come from house shows, hence why they've been in decline. And we don't do as many this year, and it's going to be even less next year. I heard in total, across all of the brands, NXT, SmackDown, Raw, I think they did like 250 live events this year, but that was across all 3 brands. And I heard next year, and I think that was like PLEs and everything, yeah? NXT house shows, Raw house shows, SmackDown house shows, TV tapings, 250 live shows this year. Next year, that goes down to 200. So they lose another 50. I don't know where those 50 dates have gone. I don't know, I don't know who those 50 dates are. But and whether it's NXT or a bit of NXT, a bit of Raw, a bit of SmackDown, I'm not sure. But it's an ever-changing market. So yeah, NetForce, you are correct. Boris said, I keep hearing they want to make the first Raw on Netflix memorable. People keep talking about for many years from now. John Cena enters the Rumble. WWE title change. What else could they do? Well, I mean, I think it will be memorable and it will be big. I mean, again, I don't know that it will be a WWE title change, but I mean, you could. I think you just go as big as you can in regards to Undertaker will be on the show, Rock will be on the show. I wouldn't be shocked if Cena's going to be on the show. We already know that. Cody, Roman, they're all going to be on the show. Punk will be on the show. I mean, do you go and get Ric Flair? Do you get Hulk Hogan? Do you just milk every bit of name value, star power, Bret Hart? Do you just go as big as it is absolutely possible to go? I mean, the only reason I say I don't know about a title change is because you are also in a current story and we are heading towards a WrestleMania. So, I mean, you could take the title off Cody on that show. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't know. How does that impact, where we're going for WrestleMania? I mean, you could take it off him and then have him win it back. You could do whatever you want. Right, that's the advantage of Triple H's position, is that you can take it off him and then a week later put it back on him. But I think Triple H is someone that focuses a little bit more on the bigger picture than even Vince did. I think Vince was someone that, if Vince was booking, maybe there's a bit more of a chance that he would do something like that. But with Triple H, I think he sees a bigger vision. I think he knows where he wants to be and where he's going. And if a title change on that show doesn't fit that, I think it's less likely that we do that. So that's why a title change or a WWE championship change, I would say less likely under Triple H. So under the current regime. But really outside of that, star power will be bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. And, when you've got so many options on the table, there's so much you can do. And you don't need a title change because it's already been floated. The idea of, do you have The Rock cost Roman the Ula Fala? Do you have The Rock come out and prevent Roman from getting the Ula Fala officially? And then does that set up like a massive feud? There have been occasions where there have been things even bigger than a title change. I mean, I would make the argument there was quite a few years where Undertaker's streak was bigger than a title change. So, if you used to do something with Rock Roman, would that be bigger than Cody losing the title to Kevin Owens? I don't know. Some people might say yes, some people might say no, but I think there's lots of options on the table. And then once you get away from the world titles, Of course, you know, it's not as bad moving around a mid-card title or a tag team title. Like, I think you could do some sort of title change on that show. Would it be the Intercontinental Championship? Would it be the United States? I mean, we don't know who's moving where. There's a whole draft and a transfer window that's going to be active around that time. So we're going to be seeing people switching brands. We're going to be seeing legends. We're going to be seeing monster PLE-sized matches. We already know we've got Roman Solo, Ula Fala match, tribal combat match. Word on the street is we're going to be getting Drew versus Seth as well. So I kind of feel like, yeah, I mean, that to me is like already shaping up to be one of the most stacked Raws ever. So I think they're on the right track. I think they're on the right path, to be honest. And it looks like WWE have got a stacked up Madison Square Garden holiday show this month with world title holders Wyatt Sicks, massive stipulations. So if WWE were to have it on live TV, would you stream it? Yeah, of course. As long as I can get access to it. But, you know, even if Saturday night's main event wasn't on YouTube, I would have VPN'd and found a way. So, absolutely. There is something next Wednesday, isn't there? No, I say next Wednesday. I mean in 2 days, which I need to set a stream up for. Because it's some sort of Netflix launch event. Some of you might not have heard about this. So, Netflix launch event is happening. And this is at the headquarters with superstars. Fans are going to be there. I think it's basically going to be like a kickoff show, you know, before a PLE. So it's going to be one of those where there'll be interviews and there'll be like, you know, fun interactions with the crowds. I don't know if there'll be an announcement. They haven't said there's any kind of an announcement. But if I was Triple H, I would have some sort of an announcement for that show, right? I would announce something. You can find something. Doesn't even have to be the biggest thing in the world. You know, announce that John Cena's going to be on that show. I don't even know if that's been announced yet. But if not, just announce that. Guys, I can announce John Cena is going to be not only on that show, but wrestling on that show or something like that. Oh my God. So I would have some sort of announcement for that Wednesday Netflix thing. Apparently that is streaming on YouTube across all of WWE social medias. And because I don't quite know what to expect from it, and it sounds like there could be some really fun little interactions in there, like, you know, when they interact with the fans. We've seen some really good... Do you remember when we were in Canada, was it Money in the Bank? And Triple H got that girl up. And she said to Triple H, can I give Michael Cole a hug? And Triple H was like, no one's ever asked to hug Michael Cole. And she went over and she gave my, like, little things like that. I always think are fun if you're a wrestling fan, because they're just fun little moments that can easily be missed in the year. Not everyone's going to have watched that kickoff show for Money in the Bank, so they won't have seen that moment, right? And so those are the fun little bits that you go, glad I saw that. Or do you remember just before Elimination Chamber, Rhea Ripley threw a Prime bottle at Nia and it bounced off her head? Like they were getting into an argument. I don't even think Nia knew it was going to happen, but Rhea just happened to have an empty Prime bottle around. She chucked it at Nia, it bounced off Nia's head, and she was like, you could see she was livid. You could see that Nia was like, oh, Lina's just been cross, man. And then because they were in front of people and she wasn't expecting it, I think she had to just walk off. Like, really, they should have brawled. But I think they had already agreed that, like, Rhea was going to end the thing talking to the fans. So Rhea bounces this Prime bottle off Nia's head. Nia is, like, stunned and you can see livid. But because beforehand they had, like, sort of agreed, you know, you come out, we'll do a little bit of a back and forth and then, you know, see you tomorrow, you walk off. There was nothing Nia could do. It wasn't in the script or the plan for her to go wrestling and, like, take Rhea down. But after she just had a Prime bottle bounced off her head, I think she was ready to throw. I think she was ready to go. And, yeah, like, that moment always makes me smile when I think back to that. Or the hugging Michael Cole moment from it. So you never know what to expect at these things. Even if they're not anything seismic that's going to change the wrestling landscape, you can get some fun little moments. So I'll be here for it. We'll see what goes down, and hopefully we can add something to the fun catalogue and see what it is that we end up getting on Wednesday. I'm sure it'll be some sort of talking point because they're going to want people talking about it, aren't they? They're going to want people talking about it. We have got so many superstars putting out this Raw on Netflix. I am inundated with all of this flipping stuff that's coming through. I'm getting so many superstar things coming through, like this, look. Tamatonga putting up a yeah with this new Raw backgrounds. Same with Seth Rollins as well. There's one for Damien and another one for Roman. And I'm having to put them in the folders because I'm wondering if this is an indicator as to who's going to be moving over to Raw. I don't know if it means anything, if it doesn't mean anything. Are they just literally promoting it? Or is this an indicator of who's going to be on that Raw roster going forward? So, I don't know. But every time I look at my flipping feed, I've just got another wrestler being tagged. Right. We've covered quite a few topics here. Matt Carney, shout out to you. Matt always comes in with thought-provoking questions. Matt says, the need for an object of pure innocence leads us to see traits in others that might not be there. Can we accept a wrestler's full humanity, or do you need to see them as somewhat heroic and angel-like? So, I suppose what you're talking about there is, like, should a babyface just be pure good and should a heel be pure bad? And actually, it's a very interesting conversation, this, because I do think that modern wrestling is getting a lot more grey than what we've seen before, certainly when it comes to heels, right? But maybe even when it comes to baby faces. I mean, I think Cody is about as big a pure baby face as you're going to get in the modern world, right? I mean, he's grabbing kids, doing the woe with them at live shows. He's agreeing to go to people's weddings and birthday parties, and do you know what I mean? Like, he's doing hours of meet and greets afterwards. But I can't get past the fact that he beat Kevin Owens by using that chair. Which is, you can say, listen, sometimes you have to do that in life. Sometimes in life, you need to maybe do some of the dark arts, if you will, to get to where you need to get to. Maybe the argument is that Cody was too nice throughout his career. And actually, when push came to shove, that is why he was never able to secure the championship. And maybe it's a lesson he had to learn that sometimes you do have to just take opportunities that are presented to you. Might not be opportunities that you've seeked. Might not be that he introduced that chair, but it was there. He was about to do the crossroads. If you go back and look at the footage, he sees it. He looks right at it. He has a decision to make. He could have repositioned, could have kicked it away. He doesn't do any of those things. He delivers the crossroads onto the chair and then secures the 1, 2, 3. So, we've got a babyface there that is operating a little bit more right now in the grey, right? And I think, honestly, him doing that may have contributed to some of the reactions we saw afterwards. Cody, taking that decision. And also, the decision to partner with Roman. But it's interesting because all you hear are OTC chants. So it seems like the vast majority of fans have forgiven Roman. The vast majority of fans, I don't know the percentage, but the vast majority see Roman as a face right now because he gets these massive OTC chants. But it's undeniable there's some out there that feel that he should not have partnered with Roman. It's undeniable there's some out there. Again, I see it very much as the minority, but again, these chants that we saw for Kevin and Cody are the minority. We pointed that out. You can hear them. They're in the distance. It's certainly a percentage of the crowd. I couldn't put a number on it, but to make out it was the whole crowd is factually incorrect. So, it is very interesting when we talk about where is that line, and I believe that line is in a different place for people. I think not everyone is going to have the same answer on this one. I am quite old school. I I do like to have my baby faces as baby faces. I like to have my heels as heels. I don't really like to go into this grey area too much because I just think that you're confusing matters. I mean, all you're actually doing is you are taking some of the support that the babyface would have received and you're giving it to the heel. So all you're doing is you're encouraging the crowd to be divided more than they should. There is no reason as to why Kevin should be getting any cheers. He shouldn't be. If you'd have told the story the way that I think it should have been told, you should have made it very, very clear that he is the bad guy in this. You should have made it very clear that he is the heel, that he is the one that's in the wrong. We should be united behind Cody, and, you know, that keeps the babyface strong. It keeps the heel being hated. That's how this game works, right? This is how it's always been. And for someone that, like Triple H, is so old school with his booking and the way that he views wrestling, it is very interesting to see him leaning more into the grey area. I mean, a lot of what Kevin says is understandable. Like, I am not confused why people side with Kevin. People side with him because he says, Roman tried to end my career, and now you're siding with him. Like, you're partnering with him. Like, does it not matter what he tried to do to me? He cheated me out of world championships, which would have meant extra money for me and my family, would have meant more accomplishments for me. But because it's me, you're not going to defend me. You're not going to stand up for me. You're going to, partner Roman, because that feels like the right thing to do at the moment. And so you can understand that betrayal. For me, though, it doesn't excuse why Kevin put his hands on Cody after Bad Bloods. I said in a tweet earlier that I was like, for me, that's the moment the line is crossed. He should never have got physical with Cody. He can have a disagreement and he can be upset with him, but to actually physically attack him, line crossed. And at that point, really, anything he says after that is irrelevant, because you've took this further. You've escalated this. You put your hands on Cody. Up until that point, I was with him. I was listening to what he was saying. I could understand his point of view. But as soon as he attacked Cody after Bad Bloods, then, no, you're in the wrong now. You've crossed the line. You know, if I have a falling out with a friend and we have an argument, that's one thing. But if I start beating my friends up, that's going to be a lot harder to come back from. That's going to be a lot harder to forgive. And that's exactly what Kevin did. So I look at it as like Cody's in the right, Kevin's in the wrong, but I do understand where Kevin is coming from. And we saw this with Drew as well. You know, Drew was struggling with everyone loving Jay now that he was out of the bloodline and over on Raw. Drew was like, this is still the guy that's caused us so many problems in the past, and now you're all just like willing to work with him. And again, a lot of people could understand that. A lot of people could understand where Drew was coming from. But, you know, he got bitter and, you know, started attacking Jay and then attacking others, and it spiraled. And for me, a line was crossed and Drew was in the wrong. But there was plenty of people that sided with Drew. There was plenty of people that were like, Drew's the one in the right here. Just like how now you've got a lot of people saying Kevin's in the right, you know. I mean, it was Kevin that flipping introduced a chair in that match and was gonna use it. It's only because he didn't get chance that and Cody did, that Cody used it and he didn't. So again, if he's going to try and play this innocent card, why was the chair in the ring in the first place? It's interesting. Should Cody have used it? I don't think so. Cody had a choice to make. It shows there is a darkness in there. But then do you call it a darkness, or do you call it a ruthlessness of, you know, taking an opportunity when it presents itself? So, yeah, look, we can talk about this till the cows come home. We can go round and round in circles. I think for me, at the end of the day, I like my baby faces being baby faces, being the good guys, being the guys that do things the right way and are good examples for the kids and actually get the crowd united behind them. If you become a bit too goody two-shoes, then the crowd will turn on you because you just become a bit boring, to be honest. You just become a bit boring. You just become a bit, you know, Super Cena, you know? People got bored of Hogan. People got bored of Cena after, you know, quite a while. It took years. We were nowhere near that stage with Cody. But, Yeah, this is where this kind of 50-50 grey area booking has really muddied the waters. And well, it's given us something to talk about. But I don't know that it massively is helping Cody. I mean, those boos or cheers for KO, or as Cody's being stretchered out, the chance of you deserve it. Like, honestly, I was going to do that as a separate video. I did an unseen, and the first 10 minutes was us talking about that. And I was going to do a separate video, but it was so close to unseen coming out. I was like, I'll just do it as part of unseen. But I do think there's a very interesting conversation to be had, not so much around the support for Kevin, but more the booking of Triple H and why he feels that he needs to book it this way. It's like Liv. She comes back on her revenge tour because she was put on the shelf by Rhea. Okay, yeah, babyface, okay. Looking for revenge. She ends up taking Dom, taking the Judgment Day, taking the title, breaking Rhea's face, and in the process turning herself heel because she went too far. But you get why she did it. You can understand why she did it. You can understand why she's doing what she's doing. But she has gone so far that she's sort of turned herself heel in the process. But even that, there's people that are, you know, we just watched a clip actually of Charles Robinson. He was talking at the end of a little 11-second clip. Someone yelled to Rhea, you suck, Rhea. I did notice that in that clip. So even Rhea Ripley, who's meant to be like this big badass babyface female, even she's getting a bit of pushback because I think there are fans out there that get where Liv has come from, that still take Liv's side on this, you know, even with everything that Rhea has lost. They're still like, yeah, well, you did injure her. You did attack her and put her on the shelf for, you know, X amount of months. I think it was a long time, like 10 months, 12 months, you know. So, yeah, an excellent question. Loads to break apart in all of that. I can only wrap it up by saying I like my baby faces being goods and being baby faces and doing the right thing. Not going cheesy or too far or, you know, being cringe, but just, you know, doing the right stuff. And the heels, you know, cutting corners, cheating, berating the fans. And going like that. I mean, can you do that forever? Well, that is where the business has been for a hell of a long time. It is proven to work. I can't see why it would stop working now. But very interesting that Triple H has gone in a different direction, or a slightly different direction. Wrestling Russ said, good evening, Daze community. It's been a rough day with the news from my home state of Wisconsin. I'm grateful to have the wrestling community right here for some peace and good laughs. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, my friends. I have not heard of any news, so I actually don't know what that's in reference to. But obviously it does not sound like it's good news. So I hope everything is okay. I had someone ask me about what did I think about drones earlier, and I was like, I haven't heard about any drones. I haven't heard about anything, so I don't know if that's connected. Someone asked me what you think about these drones in America. I was like, I don't know. I haven't heard of anything. So I checked the BBC website, because you know me, I love BBC. And there was no stories on there about America, I don't think. What are the headlines on BBC, actually? The top story on BBC right now, I can show you. Andrew will not join the Royals for Christmas. That's breaking news. That is breaking news. Who is the Chinese spy that is linked to Prince Andrew? Oh, okay. Well, we do have a story here. 2 killed by a female student at a Christian school. Then we got something to do with the Middle East, and then we got something to do with the world. Is it this? Is this in Wisconsin? An attacker who... Yeah, you might not want... Oh, yes. Okay. Well, I don't think this was here earlier. I don't remember seeing it. But, yeah. Okay. 2 killed by a female student at a US Christian school. So there we go, US and Canada. So, yeah, no, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen anything of drones or anything like that. And then just bits and bobs. I'm looking forward to the darts. That'll be good. But, yeah, awful. I mean, that is, unfortunately, too regular of an occurrence, isn't it, when it comes to shootings, these kind of school shootings and whatnot. I feel like it's at least once or twice a year we hear about them. Not that it makes this any easier, but thoughts definitely with the people of Wisconsin right now, because that is just horrific. So, Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. I'd imagine that's pretty big, isn't it, on like Fox, CNN? We've got Prince Andrew as our top story. Who have we got on? Is it even going to load? Yeah. Here. What do we know about the mysterious drone sightings over 8 US states? What do we know? Mysterious flying objects concern confusion and calls for military intervention. This isn't a plot of War of the Worlds, but rather the result of numerous possible drone sightings in recent weeks. Flying objects have been spotted over residential neighborhoods. Biden administration has not identified anything anomalous or any national security or public safety risks. No, not a story that I've seen over here, to be honest, about the drones. Right, James said, Daze, I hope I don't regret not going inside. Wow. That's what I said with one of my exes, and you know what? I very much do. Lord Sheograph said, so drones are UFOs now. Grow up, said Lord Sheograph. Grow up. Christopher said, Daze, here on YouTube, if you search drones over New Jersey, you'll see a big story has been happening over the past month. Drone videos are being uploaded every day. There we go. Stay vigilant, kids. Close the curtains, yeah. The Chinese might be spying on you, taking a tinkle. And you don't want that. You don't want that. You might end up on some dirty website. Right. Are the drones piloted by New Jersey mobsters? Yes, Philip. I know everything about the drones. I only found out about them a minute ago, but I am now an expert on the subject. They are piloted by caterpillars. Caterpillars have had enough, and there is a flipping uprising, and they are coming to take us all down. It's Rise of the Caterpillars, friends. We knew this was going to happen at some point. We flipping knew it. Right, I need to just get this ready for Raw. Let's go. How long we got? We got 9 minutes, friends. 9 minutes. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We are back for NXT and the Wrestling Escape Pods. And then we're back on Wednesday with this Netflix thing. Back on Friday for SmackDown. We're back on Saturday for Tyson Fury against Alexander Usyk. The Revenge. NetForce, hello. Do you remember earlier this year when The Rock put his family tree up on the Titantron? He had himself listed as a High Chief. I do. He is an actual High Chief, by the way. That is an actual honor that he received. I don't know that it's going to play into anything. A lot of people thought it would, but it didn't. It was never mentioned as part of the build to WrestleMania. I think that is a very real honor that he has received of being a High Chief. But I think Tribal Chief actually supersedes it, actually goes like above. Why am I on that screen? I actually think it goes above it, right? Because he didn't say anything to Roman and he did fall in line. Do you remember there was like, he didn't acknowledge at first and then he started acknowledging and then he used like the wrong finger or the wrong hand and people are like, he's not really acknowledging. Well, all of that was rubbish. Because he came down to the ring to help Roman at WrestleMania 40. In no way did he try to cost Roman during night 1 or night 2 of WrestleMania 40. Like, he did everything he could. He even walked back with Roman after looking very dejected. He did everything he could to keep that belt on Roman. So all of that not acknowledging, all this kind of stuff, didn't go anywhere, didn't lead to anything, right? Maybe showed a little bit of resistance at first. Like, do I have to really? But other than that, that was it. So I think as a result, and we knew he was High Chief then, we'd already seen the graphic. So because he had acknowledged and because he fell in line, I don't think there's anything to really take from the High Chief thing other than I think in the wrestling world, Tribal Chief outranks it. I think in the wrestling world, Tribal Chief means you are the leader of that family in the wrestling world. What it means within the family and a more social setting, I'm not sure. Because, you know, Tribal Chief is not a real, it's not a real honor. It's not a real thing. So Tribal Chief doesn't mean anything. But we know that the High Chief does in real life. It is a real recognized honor. Ian said, I'm waiting for Carrion to take credit for the drones. Yes. Yes, that's definitely... Those were good drones, actually. A lot of people don't know this, but those drones were baby faces until Carrion started messing with them, and then they turned heel. So, yes, that is correct. Carrion Cross turned the drones heel. Just like he turned the frogs gay. He's doing everything. Carrion Cross is responsible for literally anything that goes down in the wrestling world. I've got the same channel on my TV for 12 hours. I'm watching the darts. Is it Dart Night? Is the darts back now? Oh, it won't be on now. Well, it's 5-1 in the morning in the UK, but I am excited for the darts this year. I have never been someone that's watched darts, but we've got Luke Littler, who you may have heard of, who's like 17, and he got to the final, and he lost in the final last year. So everyone's wondering, is this the year that the kid actually wins the world championship? Does he get it? And when you watch darts, I mean, Ariel Hawani goes on about it a lot, but darts are just, you wouldn't believe how bonkers that they are. I mean, it is just a couple of guys throwing like darts at a board, but the showmanship is like WWE. They have ring walk music, crowd are all like cheering along, dancing away. You'd think darts would be like a load of old boomers in a pub and a load of people sat there like, you know, smoking, having a drink, whatever. But it's all this like, yeah, dun dun na 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 na, like lots of dancing and celebrating and noise and energy and scantily clad women and mate, it's quite the show. It's quite the show. So yeah, it's one of those where if I like really like spent some time watching dart, I think I could, you know, watch it, get into it, follow it. I just never have. But like I am interested in this year's championship because of Luke Littler, so yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. But that's around this time, isn't it? That kind of Christmas time going into January. Right, where are we? 4 minutes! Stephen said, Daze, I hope you're doing well. Looking forward to a good Raw. I wish you all the best for Christmas. At least Ipswich ain't bottom of the Premier League, said Stephen. Stephen, shout out to you. Yeah, Southampton are at the south of the Premier League. Metal Forever 24 is at Raw. Many congrats. Days, Eddie Guerrero made a career out of cheating and he was adored. Hating on Cody is crazy. And awesome, says James. It is true. I mean, I think because he was so innovative and cheeky. I mean, there was nothing really cheeky about what Cody did. Cody saw an opportunity and he did it. You know, he used a chair and... Do you know what I mean? Like, there wasn't really anything clever or cheeky. Whereas Eddie always did it, always looked to cut a corner. He was your artful dodger, your cheeky chappy. He was, you knew what he was going to do. He never tried to make himself out as something that he wasn't. He was always looking to cut, and he did it in such ingenious ways. And when he did it, we all went, oh, Eddie, yeah, you scamp. Like that, you know, what's he doing now? But that's not really Cody's gimmick, is it? You know, Cody is, you know, one for the kids and, you know, doing the right thing and all that kind of Cena Hogan-esque type stuff, you know. So, but yeah, Eddie's a really good, interesting one because Eddie did absolutely operate in that grey area, do that bad stuff, but was loved for it. So interesting digging into the relationship that wrestlers have with fans, isn't it? Because you can do certain things and still be loved. You can do bad things and still be loved, like Eddie. It's good. It's good. It's good conversation, that. What was your favourite year, 2014 or 2024? I think I'd have to go 2014. I think 2014 might beat 2024, which is maybe a bit controversial, but I really like 2014 because not only do you have WrestleMania 30, which is Daniel Bryan finishing his story, if you will. You know, I mean, there'd been a long story of him against the Authority. And actually, it shouldn't have been the end of the story, but it ain't long after that he gets injured and has to relinquish the title. So, I mean, that for me is the crowning highest point of his career. Even now, whether he sees it that way, I don't know. But that moment with the fireworks and Connor the Crusher and, you know, all of that. I mean, that is just up there with Cody finishing his story for me. A lot of people said that, actually. What was better? Daniel Bryan finally getting the title at WrestleMania 30 or Cody finishing his story? Which one was better? I think a lot of old school fans went with Daniel Bryan and a lot of current fans went with Cody. But I think it's undeniable they were both quite close. Both very, very close. And I might just give the nod to Daniel Bryan. But I love the Cody one. I mean, we are talking about some of the greatest moments in WWE history. I mean, it is hard to separate them. But to say 2014 doesn't have a moment that can match the Cody moment would be wrong, because it does. And it's the year the streak ends. And it's the year that Sting makes his debut at Survivor Series. And, of course, we get a lot of Bray Wyatt and the Wyatt family that year. So, I mean, that was the year that Bray's presence is very much felt for the full year on the main roster, you know? Might not have been perfect. It was the story with John Cena. And there was a lot of, that's not the one I want, a lot of frustrations to do with that feuds. But, seemed like him losing, for example, at WrestleMania upset a lot of people. But, I don't know, we had Bray, we had the Wyatts, we had Daniel Bryan finishing his story. We had Sting coming in. I think there's probably just a bit too much for 2014 for me to say that 2024 beats it. But I do think that this year has been an excellent year, and I do put it up there with one of the best years. At Shelf Present said the drone mystery has been solved. It's broken Matt Hardy. Oh, right. Checks out. Checks out. Wonderful. Okay, here we go then, kids. There is Ludwig Kaiser. Ludwig Kaiser is making his way backstage. There's Saturday night's main event. Look at this. Oh. Oh. The heinous attack on Cody Rhodes. There's Cody, look. Deaded. Deaded. We should be starting with CM Punk. And we are starting with CM Punk. Let's go. Let's push this baby forward, shall we? Let's see what Punk's got to say. We know that Seth is going to be on the show as well. CM Punk making his way down to the ring. Cult of personality. Here we go, the Punk stuff. Rhea is going to cost Raquel her match for the Women's IC, says Justin. CM Punk. I love being with this show when I was a baby with my dad, said Jasmine. Jasmine, shout out to you. CM Punk is looking out at the fans. He's got a big smile on his face. Taking it all in. I don't like it when he's on the top rope and he jumps in the ring. I'm always worried he's going to do himself an injury. It doesn't take much when you get to his age. We've seen lots of little bits where, like, you know, you just tweak an ankle or something. Brendan said, I love people's shiz predictions. The amount of people that were saying that Rollins and Roman would retain at Mania. They had Cody and Gunther losing on the weekend is laughable, said Brandon. Here we go, CM Punk. Sean Ross Sapp says title matches are going to get a lot of time tonight. Okay, CM Punk is in the ring. The crowd were chanting for him. There's a dude. Takes a lot of balls to show up in Boston wearing a New York anything. There's a dude in the front row with a New York jersey. I'm not sure if it's a baseball jersey or something. Okay. I'm feeling a little low, says Punk. I'm in a bit of a bad mood. I told Seth that I don't think about him at all. So he says his mind does wander back to Seth. Seth is right. It's only a matter of time before we lock up in this ring, says Punk. I feel. That stupid music's going to interrupt. He's like, I know when I'm talking to my people, at some point that stupid music's going to interrupt. And he'll come tiptoeing down. CM Punk's impression is bang on. I do love that impression. Just because you wear Elton John sunglasses, it does not make you Elton John. Growing up, idolizing me, putting on a pair of wrestling boots does not make you CM Punk. And that sparks a big CM Punk chant. Some good lines in here. Some good lines. I'm not here to litigate the past. I'm the bad guy. Boston. Have you ever been a bad guy in your life? Never. Never. Wayne said, please do a darts live stream. Also, OTC for life. Solo sucks, says Wayne. Dart streams would be fun, but I've learnt that lesson. We've tried doing other sports streams before, and they're really fun, but something always happens in wrestling, and we're then not able to react because we're doing a stream. Seth, if you want to interrupt, I'm ready to give you the wrestling lesson you asked for years ago. Good, I like this. Good start, I think. Is he going to come out? Are you tougher than Drew? Because the last person that did that was Drew. Daze, when are you making a UFC Daze accounts? No plans, buds. There won't be enough staples in the world to put you back together. So Punk coming out, cutting a great promo. No Seth. So he's talking about how Seth got annoyed that the world was chanting Punk's name whilst he was away. Ah, here he is. CM Punk coming through the crowds. He's trying to get the crowd to chant CM Punk. It's a little bit cringe. CM Punk, Seth is already a heel in this program, said Mr. Canuck. Let me take a good hard look, says Seth. Even from here, you're still an a-hole. You belong in the audience, said Punk. It doesn't embarrass me to be out here with these people, says Seth. This is that grey area again, isn't it? If anyone should be embarrassed, it's you. Because this fan has got more WrestleMania main events than you ever will. Calls him Phil. CM Punk jumps out the ring, over the barricade. They're going at it. They're going at it. Seth and Punk brawling in the crowds. Punk goes into the barrier. So here we've got a big brawl between these two. So we've got a big fight going on in the crowd. The two getting separated. CM Punk again going after Seth. It is more of that grey area. You've got Seth saying, I was here when you wasn't. You can say I'm just a fan, but I love these people. I'll always be a fan of wrestling. This fan has got more WrestleMania main events than you. At the moment, I don't know that Seth has done anything really wrong to make him the heel in this feud. At the moment, it does just seem to be pick a side. It does just sort of feel like, which flavour do you want? Do you want chocolate or strawberry? Like, which one do you want to go with here? These two brawling away, and again, they're trying to get at each other. Trying to throw in some shots, but we've got lots of referees. We've got lots of officials. Right, they're getting separated. These two always cook, says K-Dub. With Tony Atlas and his foot fetish, shouldn't he have been a heel for most of his career, said David. I think that's what he would have liked. Again, Seth gets away, jumps in the crowds. And they brawl again in the crowds. CM Punk, Seth Rollins, going at it again, having to be separated again. These two, and honestly, I really mean this, they don't like each other, you know. I'm getting that vibe. I'm taking aboard all the information, and I really don't think they're on each other's Christmas card list. Brian, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, look at him, man. He's like flipping foaming at the mouth. CM Punk throws his arms in the air. The crowd cheer. A red hot start. Okay, we're backstage with Judgment Day. And they're showing WWE 2K24 backstage. Where were you on Saturday night? We're supposed to be a team. We're all banned from ringside tonight. But you've got everything under control like you always do. When you listen to Finn, you win. Oh my god, there's so much passive aggressiveness here. It's wonderful. Get the megaphone? Oh, is the megaphone going to be a regular thing, do we think? Get the megaphone. Okay, is this Ludwig? Ludwig's coming out. Raquel needs a personality. She looks mute most shows. Okay, well, good open, I thought. Some good lines being exchanged. Ludwig is making his way down to the ring. Ludwig versus Bron for the Intercontinental Championship. And apparently this is going to get some time. So let's get a poll up, shall we? Metal Mama said, great open. We had 1,000 votes. Raquel, 70%. Wrestle Danny said, do we think we get rid of the women's tag belts now? There are mid-cards. There's no real tag teams. Well, I would hope not, because that would be a step backwards. You know, you're sort of gaining 2 belts to then lose 2 belts. So you're gaining 2 women's champs to lose 2 women's champs. So, I don't know. Really, it wouldn't be seen as progression. It would be seen as just replacement. So, I would hope not. Hopefully, WWE work hard to create some teams, you know. Who wins? Who leaves as IC champ? Pretty sure it's going to be Bron Breakker, but who leaves as IC champ? Could we see Sheamus getting involved here? Can't rule it out. Ludwig, Bron, boom. Jimmy Hart should be the manager of Judgment Day. Make him Goth. Yes. Yes. They're both greats. Just have 3 banners Celtics. It's Jobment Day, said Nick Butcher. Apart from Finn, they're all upper mid-card jobbers. Especially J.D. McDonough, or whatever his name is. New Zealand won by 424 runs. Well, I don't know how much England really were that bothered. I saw, just before we went live, actually, an hour and 20 minutes ago, Root get out, so... Yeah, it was heading that way, wasn't it? Would love to see the War Raiders win the belts and Finn leave Judgment Day, said Blue Shirts. Jay Rogers said, I hope Tiffany cashes in during this match and we get a live celebration, Lita Edge style. Mr. Cardinal, shout out to you. Would like to see Ludwig as IC champ, said the Jimmy J. William said there's 1,000 people that are joining us, but only 339 likes. Come on, people. Hannah said, I've seen a 10-year pattern with WWE in Japan that might predict the future. Raw was in 2005. Beast in the East was in 2015. Might we get a PLE in 2025? Well, I don't know that they book that way. So there's no rumours or anything at the moment, but not impossible. William Daze, that sheep, said Corey. That sheep probably is dead. All joking aside, that sheep probably is dead. But I don't know. As long as he's not on his own anywhere. I think even if the sheep was dead, it was kinder. I wish they would change JD's name back to Jordan Devlin. What is this? WWE knows all about entrances. Let's see yours. Come into an arena near you. What's this? Louds. Oh, you can do your own entrance. Come into an arena near you. This must be like a little, whenever they go around, like a do your own entrance type thing that travels around with them. Right? Look at that. Do you know what, actually? I was sent some earlier. And I didn't know what it was. Here, look. So, King James said, what's up? We outside, right? So, here, look, he says, Daze, shall I go in? And then he showed this. He showed this truck.
Hey, Wrestling Daze.
And there he is outside the TD Garden. So, it looks like this is a portable entrance thing. And, like, they must park this outside. And then you can maybe do your own entrance. Because it's got all the lights and everything. Well, that just got a hell of a lot more interesting, didn't it? I just thought this was... I didn't know what it was. I just thought it was maybe a truck they transported the lights on. But now after seeing what I've just seen, I think it's a truck that is going to go around. You can see the wheel there. In the front of it here. That you're going to be able to do your own entrance with. There's the steps. Crazy, that, isn't it? Crazy. So, King James, thank you. That will be in Unseen. It was in Unseen anyway. It was going to be in the community folder. Right. You can always come to mine, William. I've got some milk and cookies for you, said Cynthia. Cynthia, don't do that. Don't encourage him. If he comes round, you might never get rid of him. And you'll certainly have an experience you'll never forget. I can tell you that much. Right. Live greatness, live adrenaline. We've just heard from the boomer that is Triple H. As he... there's that truck! There's that truck. I love Daddy Dom. Oh, we're flipping living. Everyone was on it. Okay, we're backstage with Seth. What do you mean, what? I want this fight, said Seth. Here's Drew. So Seth was having to go at Adam Pearce. When it comes to Roman, he's the same person, says Drew. Jay, Sammy, Jimmy, and it ends with Roman. He said 1 down, 4 to go, but he only named 4 there. Do you know who was by my side when we took Roman out of power? Jay and Seth. It's a really good point by Seth. That's a really good point.
They don't make friendships. Friendships are forged on respect. I respect Sammy. I respect Jay.
I respect Sammy. I respect Jay. The jury's out on you. I love this from Seth. I love this. I'm going to do something you couldn't do, and that is end CM Punk. I love that. I think that is a brilliant, brilliant promo from Seth. I think that's a really brilliant promo. He's pointing out where Drew is wrong. And there's not much Drew can say back. Netflix has gotten the SmackDown 10th show up, but not the first one of the year, on the 3rd, says James. Let's hope that gets resolved, shall we? Let's hope that gets resolved. Daze, do we think Judgment Day will split? Because Liv persuaded Dom to separate her and Raquel from them. Will they send what's left of Judgment Day to SmackDown during that window? There is a thought that that could happen, yes. There is a thought that we could see, because Dominic was talking to Nick Aldis, so we could see Finn being transferred against his will. But then people have rightfully questioned, well, how are we going to do the Wyatt Sicks Judgment Day feud then? Is this new music for Bron? Pretty good. Heavy. It's very heavy. Bron making his way down to the ring, 56 days as IC champion. Bron Breakker, Ludwig Kaiser coming up next. Love the complex and the uniquely personal motivations. Seth doesn't need to like Drew just because they have the same enemy, Punk. That doesn't make them friends. This complements our intelligence, said LS Dub. The only other issue, though, or the only problem with, is that it does also confuse matters because you are splitting the crowd again. Some people will, you know, when it comes to this feud with Punk, side with Seth. Some will side with Punk. Perhaps that's something WWE don't mind. If they want both to remain faces, going forward into WrestleMania, but they do want to do this feuds, then, you know, perhaps this is what they have decided to do, rather than just turn one heel for a short periods, which we've seen before. Someone kind of lean into being a bit more heelish for a certain feud and then go back to being a face. We've done that before. But actually this time maybe they're thinking, let's just run with Seth as a face, let's just run with Punk as a face, and let's just let the fans decide. I can't think of anything that Seth has done that would make him heel at the moment. He didn't side with Jay and Sammy. But, you know, he said very clearly, I will not team with Roman Reigns. If they weren't teaming with Roman, he would have sided with them. So I can't say that's enough to say, oh, he's turned heel. I mean, you can understand why he doesn't want to partner up with Roman. So I can't say there's enough there. He hasn't really jumped anyone. He came through the crowds. He didn't sneak attack CM Punk. Ooh, slap there by Ludwig. So, yeah, it is very interesting at the moment. I think they're trying to keep them both faces. But let's go down. You can tell Daze doesn't think about the themes much. He thinks everyone has a new theme every week. No, I don't think about the themes much. In fact, most of the time I haven't listened to them. Ludwig goes to the outsides. It's called an aggressive face, says Duron. Instead of going after the person that cost him the title in his home country, Drew is too busy attacking OG Bloodline. Does he have a brain? Does he have a brain? Well, I think he's got issues. At the head of the snake is Roman. So he's going after Roman. And he's going at... But why... It's a good point. Why hasn't he mentioned Solo Sikoa? Why hasn't he mentioned Solo? He just had an opportunity there to name all these people that they need to go after. He did not say Solo Sikoa. And that doesn't make any sense. Why didn't he say Solo Sikoa? Because you're absolutely right. Solo is the one that absolutely cost him the championship in Wales. Cynthia said, Daze, today is a sad day for me. Today would be my late husband's birthday. He would have been 40 today, and today marks 2 months since Liam Payne passed away. Cynthia, I'm really sorry to hear that about your husband, and I'm guessing you was a big fan of Liam Payne, but I would imagine it would be your husband's passing that probably you're thinking more about, of course, and yeah, difficult, isn't it? Really difficult. These kind of... And I mean, we've had it today, actually, with Brody Lee. I wasn't going to include Brody Lee in Unseen, but there were so many messages from so many different people about Brody, and WWE put some out, and there was so much stuff that today would have been his birthday as well, that I ended up putting a little something in Unseen. I haven't put much, just the one that WWE put out. But, yeah, it's really difficult. I'm really sorry to hear that, having to think about all that again. But, I mean, like, there's no... I don't know, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to forget about them anyway. So these little reminders, can you look at them as a good thing? But then it brings up a lot of emotion, doesn't it? So it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? I hope you're well, but you've got through the day the best you can. Daze, I feel like Triple H's booking is about as good as it gets. Booking is very hard to do, as you've got to be consistent. But who would you say has got the ability to book better? We've had that question before, Buds, and honestly, there's not loads of bookers out there. I mean, without watching all the different promotions around the world, I mean, TNA and all that, which I don't do. So saying who's a better booker than Triple H and all this, I mean, who are you going to compare it to? So for me, I've grown up with Vince's booking. I think that Vince did a great job. I mean, we all became fans of WWE under Vince, unless you've got into wrestling in the past 2 years or so. So we all got grabbed by Vince's booking, and there was definite missteps, you know, quite regular missteps, but also responsible for some fantastic things as well. So I don't know. I don't really worry about comparing him to anyone else. I don't think there's a big pool of names to compare him to, but I think he's done a good job. I'd give him like an 8 out of 10. I don't think it's been perfect, but I don't know that anyone could book and it would be perfect. So I think, yeah, he's done a really, really good job. Are we going to get Gallus joining Drew against the Bloodline, or will Drew, KO, and Seth form as a group? Well, it seems like people want Drew, Kevin, and Seth to form a group, which I'm not really that into, because it would be a short-term, just combination of single stars. I mean, that doesn't massively excite me, to be honest. I'd be more into Drew and Gallus than I would Seth, Kevin, and Drew. I mean, that just seems like it's thrown together for this feuds. So it sounds like a War Games match to me. But actually, Drew with Gallus, that could be a little bit more long-lasting. That could have, you know, that could actually develop into something. So I'd be more into that, surprisingly, than I would by doing what would just feel like a Survivor Series match or a War Games match, just putting some people together for a match. But, I mean, look, he went and spoke to Seth, so is it that we're heading in that direction? Brony said, why is Drew obsessed with Roman? Roman doesn't have a title anymore. This stuff doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah, but Roman cost him, you know? Roman cost him. Roman is the person that is responsible for Drew not being a champion. So you can understand him, like, not being able to get over that. Boom! Bron collides into Ludwig. They go over the commentary table. Amazing. The commentary table doesn't break, so the commentary table is still standing. In the words of Elton John, the commentary table is still standing. Back in the ring. Bron Breakker looking really impressive in this match. I'm not sure anyone could be labelled as a level 10 booker. Triple H has been a phenomenal booker that's brought fans back, and I hope he continues the great work, says Hannah. Working on the arm. Down goes Bron. Stomping away on the back of Bron there. Bron Breakker, Ludwig Kaiser is the kind of match we could do every week and you won't get sick of it right up until the moment that you would get sick of it. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fun. Ludwig, I think, really showed out Survivor Series. I thought he looked really good. He really is stepping out of Gunther's shadow. We know why Drew with Gallus is the way to go, because it creates 3 potentially new stars. To be honest, I'm not even sure of Gallus lads' names. I think it would help them massively. And there's a lot of people that wouldn't go that way because they don't feel like Gallus have been a success in NXT, but they just haven't really had anything to get their teeth into. I think if they were to partner up with Drew and actually, you know, take bumps for Drew and kind of get onto the main roster that way, yeah, could be a way in for them, and it could certainly give them plenty to work with over the next few years. It would make Drew look good as well, having 3 people to sort of like do his bidding for him. So I'm really not down on that, and I'm sure they wouldn't be either, because it would get them onto the main roster. As we go to commercial break. Daze, can you give a breakdown of what's happened? I've only just joined, said Multi. Yeah, no problem. So the show opened with CM Punk. He was talking about how he always gets interrupted by Seth. Seth didn't interrupt until Punk called him out, actually. And Punk was like, I was hoping we would be able to avoid this. I wanted to sidestep this. Seth came out through the crowds. Punk was like, that's exactly where you belong. And Seth was like, I'm not bothered being with the fans. I love the fans. I love this company. I loved it and carried it whilst you was away. And, you know, they then brawled in the crowds. And backstage, then we had Drew trying to kind of recruit Seth in a way. He was talking about, we know Roman hasn't changed. They both hate Roman. Seth wouldn't team up to go up against Roman. So, you know, Drew was like, we need to take out Jay. We need to take out Sammy. We need to take these people out. He was trying to, like, you know, create a bond. And I thought Seth's response was excellent. He was like, look, when we brought Roman down, do you know who was standing by my side? Sammy, Jay. They were standing by my side when we were bringing Roman down. Just because we both hate Roman doesn't mean that there's respect between you and me. I respect Sammy. I respect Jay. The jury's out on if I respect you, Drew. And Drew was a bit taken aback by that, but I thought it was an excellent response by Seth. And then we've just gone to this match. This is our first match. Ludwig versus Bron Breakker. Intercontinental Championship on the line, of course. Can you explain why I keep seeing ads of Road to WrestleMania Europe 2025? Is that a tour? Yes. So in the build to WrestleMania, they're going all around Europe. Loads of dates. UK, Belgium, I think Germany, France, Italy. Loads of places. Raws and SmackDowns are going to be taped as well. Or they're going to air live, actually, on Netflix. But that does mean that they'll be happening earlier on the road to WrestleMania sometimes. And I am a bit worried about our American friends on that. Because some of you, I think, will be at work or be at school. And that's going to suck for you, to be honest. But at least they're not going to be taped. They will, you know, avoid spoilers. And when you get back home, you can just jump on Netflix and watch it. So, but not brilliant for us as a community, because it means that some people will join us. Some people won't be able to. And it's all a bit messy. But there's not much you can do, really. Can't complain about tape shows and then complain when they don't tape shows. So I will take the live shows every day of the week. Thanks. So, yeah, unfortunately, but I just wish they weren't going to Europe in the road to WrestleMania. I wish it was after WrestleMania. I wish they were doing Europe after Mania. I mean, those shows leading up to WrestleMania are so important. I wish we were just in America and we could just watch them at the normal time and then do Europe after WrestleMania. I don't really get why they're doing it, but I don't know. Can't moan about everything. There's got to be something that we can't moan about, so... But it's not that I'm going to moan, actually. Now, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm going to moan about it. Brody said, now that we're getting Roman versus Solo on Netflix, surely that means we don't get Roman Solo at Mania. Why do the match twice? Well, they've done lots of matches twice. Roman versus Drew or Roman versus Punk at Mania, I have no clue. What I would say is, if it was Roman Solo, a normal match, then I think we could do it twice. But because it's Tribal Combat, which was the match rumoured for WrestleMania, I don't know why you would do that match twice. If we did Roman Solo Hell in a Cell at WrestleMania to keep the other bloodlines out, that would make sense. So you could do it twice. You know, many feuds have multiple matches in them, of course. But I don't know. Yeah, I must admit, the fact we're doing Tribal Combat on that first Netflix Raw, I think does make it less likely that we get Roman Solo at WrestleMania now. Do you remember that time when you had a moan meter? Yes, I did. That was during AEW streams. AEW streams used to bring out the worst in my moaning. So I had a moan meter. I was like, I'm not going to moan more than 10 times or something. And I don't know how we did, actually. There was times where we definitely broke it. But, yeah, the moan meter was not a bad idea, actually. I don't feel like we need it for these shows, because I don't feel like I moan that much. Maybe I do. Perhaps I'd be shocked. Perhaps I'd be stunned if I actually watched it back. Perhaps we'd be breaking moan meters on that as well. But I don't know. I mean, I really like the open from CM Punk and Seth. I like what Seth said backstage. We had that little Judgment Day thing. I forgot about that. Nothing really happens, but you could tell there was a little bit of passive-aggressiveness from Liv and Finn. And this match has been okay, so... Against ropes, goes, boom, back elbow there by Bron. Bron is back up on his feet. Going over, grabbing a hold of Ludwig. Roman and Solo will decide to split their rule and they will conquer both brands, said Shelf Presence. New blood on SmackDown, OG on Raw. Oh, Frankensteiner off the top there. By Bron Breakker. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Bron Breakker. In control against Ludwig. Daze ain't paying attention. You could say anything weird if someone was to let a dog lick peanut butter off of them. I'm watching the show. Boom. Nice. Death Valley Driver. Going for a cover. Kick out there. Shoulder up there by Bron. And again. Nice. But we don't want me to test that theory. I can be pretty bad, said Kelly the Wise Lady. Toby said they are gonna probably give Punk a Mania main event, aren't they? That's why they keep pushing that he's never main evented. Yeah, Toby, I think you're right. Boom, into the corner goes Bron. Bron on the outside of the ring as Ludwig comes over, kicks Bron out the ring. So Ludwig back in control right now. Yeah, they are giving this match time. We're 45 minutes into the show, you know. We've had one promo, one match. Here we go, Ludwig charging rounds. He's going to... Oh, Bron's got... Where's Bron gone? Where's Bron gone? He's going to get... Oh, boom! I thought he was going to get speared. He didn't. He shoulder barged him. And it looks like Bron took a bit of pain from that as well. Yeah, Ludwig was very confused. He went running round and there was no sign of him. Back in the ring. Against the ropes goes Kaiser. Up on the shoulders of Bron Breakker. Boom! Gutbuster! Gutbuster by Bron. How about a War Games match at WrestleMania? 2 rings at Mania. Oh, I think that would be too messy, to be honest. I think the 2 rings thing is just a little bit of a problem. Bron Breakker gets the pin, gets the win. Okay, yeah, 79% of you thought it was going to go that way anyway, and it does. Okay, so let's get the match scores. A masterclass. A great retention. Okay, so we've got Bron in the ring. What does Seth want? An apology. Get over it, dude, said Brian. Christopher said we all knew the match results. An ending took too long to get there, said Christopher. Matty, I said this was a match of all time. We're backstage with New Day. We're backstage with New Day. They open up the door. Here's Ray. Have you got a problem? Everyone's got a problem with you. You're meant to be a locker room leader. Do something. You crossed the line. I think it's best you find somewhere else to change. So, New Day are not allowed to get changed in the locker room. See, it just spirals, doesn't it, kids? It just flipping spirals. Coach Co said, first Raw, done time for the second Raw. First Raw, done time for the second Raw. What? What do you mean? What does that mean? First Raw, done time for the second Raw. Daze, are there any plans for doing a Wheel of Fun for Christmas this year like you did last year? No, I did that on Christmas Day, didn't I? That was a Christmas Day thing. I mean, I don't think we're live on Christmas Day this year because isn't Christmas Day a Wednesday? It's a Wednesday. So we're not live on... I mean, I suppose we're live on Christmas Eve for NXT. So, no, there wasn't. But if we were going to do it, then it would be the NXT stream. Kim Shane said, Daze, whilst Roman and Solo are fighting for the Ula Fala, will you and Tommy fight for the Hakuna Matata? Yeah, let's go yes. Let's say yes. That's exactly what's going to happen. How about a War Games match at WrestleMania? Yeah, I'm not a fan. I just said the 2 rings for me would be a problem because... it means that people sitting in the front row behind commentary have got to look through a ring to see the other ring, you know? Like, the one ring is always going to be in the way for the live crowds. It's not so bad on TV, but I just think having an empty ring there just looks unnecessary. Like, there's not really a way around it. I get that, so, you know, you know, deal with it for Survivor Series, but I don't like the idea at WrestleMania, no. I'm not a fan of, like, the crowd being that little bit further back from the action. I mean, could you imagine Cody Roman being in the one ring and, like, people can't... I mean, you couldn't see, really. I mean, you're having to look through a ring and look through a set of ropes to see into another ring that's got its own ropes to be able to see, like, the action that's playing out, like... I don't know, just... I don't think it's great for the live crowds. It's a bit like the Punjabi prison, isn't it? People always said that sucked for the live crowds because you were having to look through a cage to then look through another cage. And, like, you just couldn't really see the action very well. So, I mean, it kind of hurt the atmosphere a little bit. And, yeah, no, not a big fan. But I'm not a big fan of the War Games thing anyway. I think the way WWE do it is a bit too safe, a bit too PG. Although, maybe not this year with all the flipping injuries. Are you going to dress up as Santa for Christmas Eve, said Richards. No. Juice WRLD said, would you love to see Gunther versus Ludwig at WrestleMania? And also, Vinci comes in the one who got kicked out of Imperium. Would I like to see Gunther versus Ludwig? Yeah, if the build was good. Ludwig, to me, is not world champion material, so I wouldn't want a belt involved. I mean, he could get a world title, but he just ain't nowhere near that right now. So if the world title was on the line, I wouldn't like it because I'd feel like it was a bit too predictable. Giovanni Vinci getting involved, he ain't got nothing for me, to be honest. I don't look at Giovanni Vinci as being anything I care about. So I really can't make an argument for him being added other than he used to be in the group. So, I don't know. Because they were all heels... That ain't a group that I've got, like, real feelings for. I like Gunther. I got a bit of time for Ludwig. I don't have really any feeling for Giovanni Vinci. So I would do... you could do Gunther, Ludwig, really build that up. Have them going at each other. Have Ludwig say, I know how to beat you. I know your strengths, but I know your weaknesses. And if there was no title involved, that could actually be quite interesting, but... Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be campaigning for Ludwig to, for Giovanni to get involved. Right, we are just getting in the scores for that first match. Coach Co said, I'm at the show, double tap. Oh, you're at the show. Oh, I didn't know that. Right, double taping. Got you. Well, I hope you have a great time, Coach Co. Coach Co's been to shows before, and we were always trying to spot him, but I don't know, everyone looked normal, so it was very hard to find it. Matt Carney said, Days, are dull shows and moments just as important as wild ones? Meaning, can we have too many amazing or inspiring moments? How many is too many? Well, I don't know that they're just as important, but, you know, if you want the great moments to stand out, they do need to go up against less great moments. It's a little bit like, you know, if you want to give someone an amazing present, then you can't be giving them amazing presents every day, because eventually one day, like, you know, not that they'll take it for granted, but their reaction is not going to be the same as it was the first time. And that's the same with amazing moments. You know, you're going to need moments that are just okay for those amazing moments to really stand out. But I can't say that they're, you know, as important. When we look back in the history of WWE, we remember all those amazing moments. We don't really talk about the dull ones. But, yeah, you probably do need them in order for the great moments to shine. It's a little bit like how they've said on certain shows, you can't use these moves because such and such is using this move. You know, back in the day, wrestlers were told they weren't allowed to come off the top because Jimmy Superfly Snuka was going to come off the top. And so, you know, there's no one else could use a tombstone because The Undertaker uses a tombstone. And there were certain moves that were kept for certain people so that when, like, no one could do a DDT but Jake the Snake. And that's so that when that move was hit, there would be a reaction. If everyone did it, like everyone does the super kick now, or everyone does a suicide dive now, it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. I don't think anyone really cares so much about those moves because they get done so much. So there is some truth to that. That the dull moments, the quiet moments are required for the great moments to shine. Let's end this poll, shall we? As we are heading into our next match. That woman, I love that woman's face. Bron versus Ludwig. 1 hour in, we've had one match. It's a bit different, isn't it? That's not your normal way of booking Raw. Normally we would have had 2 matches in this first segment. Right, we're just seeing what happened after Saturday night's main event. And we're seeing Cody being whisked away in an ambulance. Did you know post-show videos on social media have a combined 45 million views of what happened after? So this is, you know, this is why they did it. This is why they did it. So they can brag about how many flipping social media views they managed to get. I'm going to watch the last 10 minutes of a porn movie just to see how they end, says American Nightmare. Might join you. Tom said, I feel like the Kevin Owens pile driver was meant to be on TV, but WWE ran out of time. Duran said that one match, it went too long. Did you know the pile driver is banned, said K-Dub. So they're just updating us as to what happened with Cody. We all wish Cody, we all wish the champ well. Here's the War Raiders. They've obviously got a big opportunity tonight. We could get new tag champs. We should ask that, actually. Are we going to get new tag champs? Are we getting new tag champs tonight? War Raiders or Judgment Day? Wednesday for Christmas, yes. Maybe you suggest Wheel of Fun to Tommy for his holiday stream. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what he's. I don't even know if he does those streams anymore. I would be surprised if he did one on Christmas Day because we all know he's under the thumb. Daze, your show is just reading comments, said John. No, we keep an eye on what's going on, but there's no point talking about Saturday night's main event or, you know, what went down because we've already seen what's gone down. There's no, I mean, like, there's no point me telling you about, oh, this is when Cody got beat at Saturday night's main, because we watched that the other day. When there's something new, then we talk about it. But these video packages, I mean, I don't feel like they're for us. I feel like they're for casual fans that couldn't be bothered to tune in to Saturday night's main event. Right now, we've just got a Viking Raiders promo. And as we said, we have got a poll up. Which way is it going to go? Who is going to win the tag titles tonight? War Raiders or Judgment Day? Commercial break. Emmanuel said, sadly, TJD, the Judgment Day, will lose, even though they are my favourite faction outside of the Wyatts. Your Tribal Chief said, original halftime score. So I don't have it. I don't have the OG halftime score song. I do have Andy's now, but I don't know if it's loaded. I'll play whatever I've got, and I seriously don't know what it is. I know it's not the original. It might be Matters, or it could be Andy's. I'm not sure. Let's have a look.
Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. 40 minutes, yeah. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you there to know the halftime scores? Yeah. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you there to know the halftime scores?
We got that one. I do have another one as well. I do have the only thing I didn't have is a picture or a way to play it. If I go... Have I got anything here? You would think I would do this. I'll go with this, actually. You haven't seen that. That's going to be on the toy hunt this weekend. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. What a gift. What a treat.
Everybody come alive. It's the halftime groove that makes you thrive. Really wanna know you feel that vibe. Put it in the chat, let's jam, we can try. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in rhyme. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in a rhyme. Everybody come alive. It's the halftime groove that makes you thrive. Really wanna know you feel that vibe. Put it in the chat, let's jam, we can try. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in rhyme. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime. I really wanna know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in a rhyme.
Boom, there we go. Well, that took so long. We're back from commercial break, so I hope everyone enjoyed halftime scores. We've just got a video playing. Mecca. I love this tune. Big Stepper, Underground Mecca. Raw. Netflix. Raw is Netflix, baby. Big Stepper, Underground Mecca. January, I don't know if you've heard. I'm not sure if you've heard, but January 6th. Tell your friends. Roman Solo Tribal Combat. Confirmed. Mackenzie said, that's you. We see Tommy's girlfriend. That's you. You see Tommy's girlfriend. Oh, that's you when I got you now. Yes. Confirmed. Rock in the background. On the bus. Along with, I think, Charlotte as well. Yeah, here we go. Come on. Yeah. Just got bigger. Yeah. January 6th. Yeah. 1-on-1. CM Punk. CM Punk. Seth Rollins. Confirmed. That's January 6th. So there we go. It is a fish. Punk Rollins, January 6th. I'm gonna do a watch along. I'm gonna do a watch along for that show, guys. LFG said Rhea bloody Ripley. The existing networks must be peeved at basically 2 hour ads for Netflix, said Toby. Yeah, it is non-stop, innit? It is non-stop. I'm shocked to hear that, said Ryan. Raw using the same song from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, said Duran. I don't know. I don't know what their song it goes like. Does it go Big Stepper, Underground Method? Is it that one? Breaking news. Daze will stream the Netflix Raw. Oh my God. I've turned into Data from Star Trek. Oh my God. My dream has come true. Okay, what's happening? 5 new cards. What? Liv's coming out. Watch me. I can't. Oh my God. This is the best way to watch Liv Morgan. This is the best. I've got my anti-Liv glasses on. I'm so happy. What a time for this to happen as well. I hope everyone has a great time. Da-na-na-na-na. Watch me. How are you? How do I watch Raw on Netflix on Mars, says Matter. Asking the big question. Listen, we couldn't flip him find out to watch Saturday night's main event in England the other day. Let's not drag Mars into it. Okay. Liv in the ring holding up that championship. She is not wearing attire ready to wrestle. Oh, we got the old Eskimo kiss. Like that. Joe, hater of the year, says Wade Barrett. Dom looks like he thinks Taco Bell is authentic. Taco Bell. Is Taco Bell not authentic? I thought they were like kings of the tacos. I like that sign. Lots of booze. Yeah, loud booze for Dom. Boo louds. It's amazing how this heat is still going, isn't it? You missed Lyra doing the dance, said Spartan. Damn it, Spartan. Booze. Oh, is that why they've got the megaphone? I'm the greatest women's world champion of all time. Oh, Wade Barrett says cry more. Dom should have the megaphone, shouldn't he? Monday Night Morgan. Be mad. Monday Night Morgan. There's no one better, hotter, or more iconic. Wow. Dom's reaction is the greatest of all time, said Mr. Canuck. This is my brutality! Here's Mommy. Here is Mommy. Liv stole Jimmy Hart's megaphone and then painted it black, said K-Dub. That happened. You're going to want to stick around to hear what I've got to say. Shut the hell up! It's time we settle this once and for all. Oh, it's official. It's official. Rhea is the #1 contender. Well, just surely January 6th. January 6th. The only thing you can be excited about is the end of your title reign. This is my brutality. Mommy is going to knock Liv down a peg or two, said K-Dub. Liv Morgan, Rhea Ripley. Oh. She says the S-L-U-T word. She called Dominic a chicken tender slub. That kind of language makes my heart upset. Daze, I understand this Liv Morgan character, but I don't love this Liv character. Oh, an attack! Boom! Go on, Sammy! Go on, Sammy! Mess him up, Sammy! Sammy and Drew going at it. Sammy attacking Drew. Go on, Sammy! Go on, Sammy! Make him humble! Make that jabroni humble! Get him, Sammy! Drew manages to break away. Sammy kicking out. They're brawling away. Go on, Sammy. We go from that to PFC. Here's Pure Fusion Collective. Chicken tender. WWE Creative Humor said, who amongst us isn't a chicken slender slump? So Rhea Ripley is next for Liv. No great surprise there. The only surprise was she didn't say when. That was the only surprise. So we start making our way down to the ring. Bless me. Bathroom break time said to heel. Oh no. I tell you what, WWE doesn't half introduce me to some great rap music, some great hip hop. We've got another jam going on right now. Last time. That's Travis Scott, that is. Not gonna lie, Liv has developed into a strong heel, said Ellis Dub. I honestly laughed at that megaphone bit. And if you're annoyed at her voice and promos, good. That said, it is her time to lose. She is fantastically annoying. Fantastically annoying. It's one of those where she should be, but doesn't make it any easier to swallow, does it? If Solo beats Roman and Liv beats Rhea at the Netflix Raw, then the debate on who's a better booker between Triple H and Vince is over, says Brony. Okay, this is going to be Zoe versus... I don't know, who's this? Who's in this match? Raquel versus some other boomer, isn't there? Who's the other boomer that's in this match? Let's go to WWE.com because I can't flipping remember the other boomer. Oh, Kaden. Oh, I like Kaden. She's the one that does the... Oh, yeah. I take that back. She's not a boomer. She's great. She does the... You know. You know that. You know. Right. Muffler shop is open for business, said Matty Ice. What's that mean? Is that a vagina? Hannah said, Daze, we love it when you dance. Let's go. But what are you flexing? What, when I flex? Pff, mate, I'm jacked. I'm like a stone chiseled sculpture. Look at me. Richard said, Zoe Stark will win to beat Raquel and Kaden to advance. Mark my words, Zoe will win, says Richard. You seem a bit too confident for my liking there. You seem a bit too confident. You better not have seen any spoilers, Richard, because I think this was recorded an hour ago. That does also make it hard to give you props if it does go that way. I don't believe this is live this week. I don't like how confident you was there, Richard. I don't like it. I feel very uncomfortable. I've seen more muscle on a steak than on Daze, said James. Sit, look. If you give it, you have to take it. I applaud such comments. Only from James, though, because I do have fun with James. No one else is allowed to make fun of me. Yeah? Only James. Where's the muscle days, said Hannah. Right, you're timed out. That's unbelievable that you would bully me like that. Time out. I love rap, said Raven. Days is a human walking stick. David's timed out. That's bullying, that is. I just cannot stand the way that Liv acts, said Eric. I used to love her when she first came on the scene with the Riot Squads, but now she's so cringe. Cringe. Do you think that the first Raw on Netflix will be bigger than the Raw after WrestleMania? Yes, I do. I think the matches are going to be bigger. I mean, I think this will be like a mini PLE. So the Raw after WrestleMania, you get call-ups and surprises and moments. I think you're going to get them with this. But I think the matches here are going to be bigger as well. Because a lot of big matches tend to go, oh, hello. Shut up, boomers. Here's Miz. You two are big, you're powerful. Look at Ellering. He's got his beard braided. Here's Carrion. We beat the Wyatt Sicks. I'm gonna go my own. Gonna go my own way. Don't say another word, says Carrion. This isn't. It's not over till I say it's over. We're gonna. You're gonna fight Dexter Loomis next week? I'm not gonna do that. Yes, you are. I saved you twice. You owe us, says Paul Ellering. He's gonna get murked. You've won 22 titles. You can do this. He doesn't want to do this. I'll go to Adam Pearce. Miz is in a terrible situation. And I love it. When you make a deal with the devil, you don't run out on him. Why was Paul Ellering looking around then? Or like a boomer? Well, there we go. There we go. I think when Liv is more hated than Dom, it really cements Dom as a pivotal anchor in WWE. Says, here we go. She's going to do the thing, William. Do the thing. Oh my God, what's she wearing? Well, she doesn't tend to wear that when she's in the tag team, does she, boys? She's come straight from the flipping dungeon. Is she still going to do the thing? Is she still going to do that? She should win. She should win. I've just decided. She should win. Come on, Caden. That's my winner right there. Guys, I found my new favourite wrestler. I can't... there used to be an Undertaker or so. I'm not sure. He's dead to me now. Right, we are... He was dead to me then as well. So we start getting thrown. We got two boomers in the corner. Boom. Collided. Deaded. Let's go. Let's go. Are we thinking all time for this, guys? Pervs! All time? Is this an all time match? Shots coming in there by Zoe. Going over, colliding, boom. There she is. Zoe lands on her feet. Super kick. Going for a roundabout round the houses. Zoe into a DDT on Raquel. DDT. Oh, kick coming in. Boom, chop coming in. William, are you still conscious? Are you still with us, William? Oh, look at the skill. Great work. On the shoulders there, Caden. Oh, planted. Kick by Zoe, going for the cover. 2. Kick out. Kick out. Right. King Yeti said Daze is a sexy boy, but he's not your boy toy. Boy toy. Hello, we got all 3 women. Oh, on the outsides. Super kick there by Zoe. Forearm strike by Caden. Caden goes through the ropes as Raquel delivers a big boot on the outsides. Against the ropes. Through. Whoa! Twist. That was unorthodox. Wasn't it? That was unorthodox. Look at that. Let's go. Greatest match I've ever seen. This match literally just managed to beat Undertaker Shawn Michaels. Wow. Do we think War Raiders win the tag titles? I don't think so, but it's definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. They're going to give that match time. I mean, I think it's the next match we get. Do we think Cody returns to challenge? Cody Runnels returns to challenge Cody Rhodes. That would be a dream match, actually. A triple threat with Stardust as well. Let's go. They're literally never going to push the Wyatts. War Raiders better win, said James. Are you around for Raw talk, says Hannah. You know the problem that I have with this. I know that I have to get Unseen up before midnight. But we haven't had anything from the Wyatts, have we? So if we don't hear anything in response from the Wyatts, then I might have to just keep an eye. I was going to say she stole Mizuki's move, but not really, said Neil. Uncle Revel said, I think we will be getting some low Raw scores tonight. Do we get Sami Zayn versus Drew on the Netflix premiere, said Spartan. Well, that would be fun. I would not be against that. I would not be against that. My heart wants War Raiders to win, but my head says it'll be Judgment Day, says Kim's Chains. Omos joins a heel New Day. Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun. I would not be against that. That would be fun. Yeah, sign me up for that. A Stardust clone would be cool, said Zoom Station. I still like the idea of Stardust being like a dark persona of Cody's. I really like that idea. Like he needs to bring out like a darker side of himself, a side of himself where he just has no inhibitions and does not care what anyone thinks. He just literally lets go of everything, and it's just he is not in control. And that is, you know, Stardust. And it turns out that's what Stardust always was. I think that would be a good way of actually refocusing that Stardust character, reframing what it was in the past. And I would not be against it. Obviously, you would go to Jason Baker and you'd make the costume and the face paint and everything a bit darker. You know, you'd make it cool. You wouldn't just have him go out as just as he was before. You can definitely take the essence of that character and do something with it. Jason Baker it. And get something cool out of it. But, yeah, I would not be down on that, you know. Right, we're going back from commercial break. Here we go. Kaden in the ring, charging over. Going for a kick. She lands one. 2 elbow drop there by Raquel as Kaden moves out the way. Boom, kick coming in. They're congratulating Chelsea Green. Right now, she is... What's she going for? Duck underneath, shot coming into the midsection. She's got Zoe. She's going to look for a suplex. Nice. Oh, she didn't. She actually went for what looked to be like a net breaker. She was working on Raquel's legs. It's a little sloppy, this match, bit truth being told. Caden's looked brilliant in this match, though. Boom, big boot. Come on! She goes up, bounces off, leg drop. I feel like we used this as a way to showcase B-Fab, make B-Fab look good. I feel like this, we're using it as a way to make Kaden look good. Scoops her up. Kaden is up. She lands on her feet. Raquel goes, oh, is she all right? Raquel might have really just cracked her knee there, you know. Raquel went into the edge of the ring and she was like, ah. Really feeling it. Okay, Zoe. Climbing up these. We haven't seen much from Zoe in this match. There is the women's. Whoa, Raquel. Ah, big shove. Zoe goes up over that top rope. Roll up here by Kaden. Ah, love that. Off the bottom rope. 1, 2. Love that. Very quick innovation She rolled up Raquel. Raquel kicked out. Kaden was in the air. She bounces off that bottom rope. Manages to deliver a drop kick. She trained and competed in Mexico, Kaden. Yeah, she's really digging into her bag of tricks. Shots coming in there by Kaden. Zoe. Oh, Kaden gets planted. She is down. We've got Raquel in the corner. We got Zoe. Zoe trying to come over. Big miss. I love it. I love that by Raquel. It gets me every time. Misses with the one clothesline. Clobbers her with the other. Love that. Yeah, they're giving this match some time as well, actually. Daniel said, I'm just getting started now, but CM Punk comes out. Makes you wonder why AEW was putting him in 15, 20-minute TV matches. You've got enough talent to fill TV. Older stars you need to handle with care, says Daniel. Here we go. Fall away slam to Kaden. We might be getting to the business end of this now as... I think Raquel's about to put this away. She's grabbing Kaden. Up. Tahana bomb. Oh! Missile drop kick by Zoe. Boom! Super kick. Kaden had such a good start to this match. And then... that was messy. Zoe 1, 2, 3. Zoe gets it. And Kaden was... well, I tell you what, Raquel being eliminated is a shock, you know. Raquel being eliminated is a real surprise. I didn't expect Kaden to get through. But, yeah, Dakota against Raquel felt like it was right there. Dakota against Raquel felt like, I mean, their history, they've got quite the history. Should have been Raquel, man. Should have been Raquel. Should have been Kaden. But I thought it was going to be Raquel. Okay, here's the Alpha Babes. Here's R-Truth. He changed his whole workout. Here's Pete Dunne. Pete Dunne's upset. This all came from you, this whole Butch thing. Butch, please. Last warning. Here's Chad. Here's American Maids. I made you all into superstars you could never have been. And you turned it into a joke. You're pathetic. You're pathetic. And you're the worst. He's pointing at Otis. Why are we going back to this? It's time to kill my darlings. And I'm starting with you. And he looks at Tozawa. Why have we gone back to this? Oh, kids. Why the flip have we gone back to this? What's going on? The greatest tag teams in WWE is presented by Chime. What's that mean? Dates, how about doing stand-up because too funny, never alter your personality? Hannah, thank you. That's very kind. Right, we are just building towards this tag match that's going to close out the show. No sign of the Wyatts. No sign. Days, hope you're doing well. Was there anything with the Wyatts? Diddly squat, mate. Nothing. Zip. Zip. Zilch. Nothing. Ashton said, finally, we're getting Chad versus Otis on Netflix debut. Yeah, weird that we're going back to it, to be honest. We'd sort of moved away from it. They were dealing with the LWO for quite a long time. If the Wyatt Sicks appear in, it'll probably be before this match. Otherwise, nothing, said Spartan. Or maybe something on Raw Talk. Stay away from X. There are spoilers for next week, says MXXS. Ugh. Don't need that, do we? Don't need spoilers. Otis is lovable. You can't make Otis a heel. Otis is so funny and I like him. He was weird at first, but he has grown on me, says Kim Strains. Is Tozawa still fighting Omos on live shows? No, I don't think Omos has been used on live shows for a while. Alpha Academy are getting Andre Chase, I would imagine, as he will have a feud with Chad to start him off on the main roster. Just an idea, but it would be a good way to introduce him. And I think it solves the mystery, said Undercover Manager. Spoilers. Spoilers doing the rounds, kids. Be careful. Are you any good at Monopoly? I don't think I've ever finished a game. Every game of Monopoly I've ever played, we have played to a certain point and then just ended up getting bored. What happened with Seth Bronson cage match on a live show? Well, Bronson got injured, didn't he? Bronson got injured at Survivor Series, so plans changed on all of that. Apparently, Bronson against Seth was going to take place at Saturday night's main event, but ended up getting scrapped. Monopoly is boring, says James. Not just next week. Yeah, spoilers everywhere. Chad ain't done with Otis, said A. Jobson. What do we think when Otis and Mandy were together? I thought it was fun, and I thought that there was some good stuff going on, but I think they could have done more with it. But equally, I understand as soon as they were, like, together, that it had sort of run its course. So, yeah, I mean, there was great moments, like, didn't she get eliminated from the Rumble? And then when the camera, like, went round the corner, she wasn't actually standing on the floor. She was standing on Otis, who just happened to roll from underneath the ring. I thought it was a really fun... That was like the most over he ever was. And actually that got him to the Money in the Bank. He was a Money in the Bank winner because he was so over at that time. And, do you know, that love for him, I think it has sort of remained. He's the everyday guy, isn't he? He loves his food. He's a great friend. He loved Mandy. And he's just, like, you look at him and there's not, like, a bad bone in his body. And he's very likeable and he's fun and he always dances around. And, you know, he might not be the most attractive guy in the world, no disrespect. But he's really relatable and everyone loves him. And if you position him right, there's been a few times where he's really grabbed the fans' attention. I mean, if anything, it's a bit of a drop ball that they've not capitalised on that. I mean, they had the Mandy thing, and then they gave him Money in the Bank, and that didn't feel quite right, and so they ended up taking it off him. Then he's done this thing with Alpha Academy, and like even this like was like, oh, where's it going? And now they're going back to it, and I don't know. Perhaps they're gonna do it now. Perhaps the plan is Chad Otis will be a big match on a big show, and they're gonna use that to push Otis forwards. What's this? Video package. Circle. Slash. 0. Flashing. What was that? What was that? Circle with a... Penta. Penta's coming in. Okay, we're backstage with the New Day. We tried to interview you last week, but there was biased journalism.
I really do want to
Oh, something's happening. We got another. Who's screaming? Oh, Oh, Kyrie's been attacked. They've slammed the trunk on her hand. Oh my God, look, she's down. She's in pain. Oh, PFC attacking Kyrie Sane. Of damage control, yeah. She was screaming in pain. And Zoe was like... Oh, mate, she really sold that so well. She sold that so well. Here we go. War Raiders. It's the Ghostbusters logo, said Wrestle with Andy. Well, there we go. They are joining for the Netflix premiere. But it's going to be the women ones. It's the women ones. And one of them's probably Rachel Ziegler. Oh, God, so much happened there, didn't it? We got spooky logo. Spooky logo. And we got backstage attack. I flipping can't stand Zoe, says Kelly the Wise Lady. Lots of injuries before Christmas. No way. They need time off for the holidays. Yeah, she's got to get back to Japan, I would imagine, to see her family. So, you know, why not get extra injured? Why not get extra injured? What is the situation with that, though? Because is that just storyline, or is that masking an actual injury? Here's Judgment Day. Here's Judgment Day. Judgment Day making their way down to the ring. Tag team champs. We got 19 minutes left in the show. Name yourself the only way. My desire. $175 as tag team champs, but this is their third defense, apparently. It's not very prolific, is it? Right, let's end the poll for that last match, which was Raquel, Kaden, who should have won, and Zoe. 57, 21, 12 and 9. Good 88. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, Judgment Day versus War Raiders. I'm not gonna lie, she's one of the people that if she disappeared, I wouldn't notice. Dean said, have the Wyatts done anything yet? Not tonight, buds. Not tonight. Okay, both are inside the ring. JD botched his ring rope entrance. Oh, did he? I was doing the poll, so I missed that. Okay, JD, Finn Balor, both in the ring. WWE Creative Humor said, we're main eventing with a tag title match. Vince McMahon must really be gone. Since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. There's no moving on. Who's that? Kelly Clarkson. That'll do. I wouldn't be surprised if that symbol we saw was for Finn's new group. I think it's Zero Miro. I think it's Penta. Okay, to the outside goes JD. I love the way that Lillian Garcia says championship. I've not heard it. Okay, scooping up and slamming Jordan Devlin. What if the logo is the return of Alexa? Yes. Lord Sheograth, what do you think? Alexa. Alexa's back. Alexa's back. We need to stop kidding ourselves. It is the return of Alexa. Daze, I understand why we're building the Netflix Raw big, but it really concerns me that it'll make this build for the Rumble rushed and therefore shortchanged. Don't know, to be honest, the Rumble builds itself, doesn't it? People tune in for the Rumble. So, I'm not worried. Do people really tune in for the undercut? Do you remember that fatal four-way we did of Roman, AJ Styles, LA Knight, and some other boomer? Was it Randy? Some absolute nonsense championship match. That's what you get at the Rumble. Like, people tune into the Rumble for the Rumble. It'll be fine. Clearly the logo was for the Beast Mortis, said K-Dub. We are at commercial break, by the way, kids. We are at commercial break. I'm guessing that Damien is going to turn. Damien will cost Dom. Damien is going to cost, or Dom is going to turn, and Liv, Raquel, and Carlito on Finn and JD, said Juice WRLDs. Well, we're going to have to wait and see. This can go a lot of different ways. Okay. Zero Miedo, no fear. Pentagon is coming to WWE. He can't be Octagon or Hexagon. He can only be Pentagon and Nonagon or possibly Dodecahedron. I think he does own the name, doesn't he? So, yeah, I think it will be a case that he will be Pentagon. Maybe they should have shown a Pentagon then, to be honest. So far, we only know about Elimination Chamber. Is anyone going to be at the Rumble? Someone will be at the Rumble. I can confirm that. My sources are saying that there will be people at the Royal Rumble, yes. If that is proven to be true, then I expect to be heralded and loved just as much as Dave Meltzer is. The Raw Tag Division is really shiz, to be honest. Just got an advert for Usyk Fury at the Mo. Didn't Sheamus have that circle logo on his tights before? He had a circle with a line through it, or am I imagining things? No, he did have a logo like that. I don't know if it was actually identical, but I think it was more... Was it exactly that? It's a good point, that is, actually. Oh my god, imagine if it's Sheamus. That would be so disappointing. He had the circle, but I don't know if there's a line that went through it. Yeah, no, I don't think there was a line through it. Here's the... There, look, it's kind of, you know, on a YouTube thumbnail when people put a circle around things to draw your attention to it. That's what he did with his penis. So, yeah, that. Oh, hello, where have I gone? Flipping now, what's going on? Hang on. What are we doing? I was all confused then. I didn't know what the hell was happening. We had halftime scores going and everything. Jeez. Guys, technical difficulties. I was all confused. I was like, hang on, where's that window come from? Oh my God. Flipping nightmare. Right, we are back to the action. We have got Ivar in there with Finn, and this is where Ivar lives. Not in this building, but in Boston. Or it's where he's from. Okay, right now Finn is choking Ivar. Chokey, choke, choke. How long have we got? 12 minutes. That's a Wrestling Daze botch. Yeah, I can't hide from it. The only thing I can do is embrace it. It is an official Wrestling Daze botch. Boom! Stomped there by Finn Balor. Right now, Finn in the ring. Shot coming in there by Finn. JD in the ring. Ivar in the ring. I wonder how this is going to respond. Oh, hello. Why the hell's Stephanie talking about Kintsugi? This is from 2023, but she's just retweeted it. She's talking about Kintsugi. Why can't I translate it? Why can't I translate it? Am I meant to know what she's saying? Well, I don't know, but she was talking about Kintsugi there. Tag being made. In comes Eric. Clothesline. No joy. Right now, boom! Down he goes. Eric in control. Shot. Oh, lovely forearm strike there by Eric. Lovely forearm strike. Up, round the houses. Down he goes. Planted, mate. Planted. Grabbed Uranagi. Down goes Finn. Eric in control. Eric in control. Over in the corner goes Eric. Roll through. Down goes JD. Against the ropes, JD over the top to the outside. Final 10 minutes. Are you not streaming Christmas Eve? I'm streaming Christmas Eve. NXT, Tuesday, innit? This is the main event. This is the main event. How are you spending the holidays? Here with you lot. Knee coming in. The only day I won't be around is the 28th. Even Christmas Day, there'll be an unseen. Going into the ring steps. Boom! Eric goes hard into the ring steps. Right, here comes Eric. Boom! Again into the steps. Finn Balor has got his arms raised as very much Judgment Day in control. And commercial break again. Commercial break again. That was a double boom, said Spartan. Double boom. Right. Has Liv Morgan ever beaten Alexa Bliss? Have to look at cage match. My favourite Days holiday video is when he got a giant package from Wrestling Shop and had one too many Cokes. Some of them were really fun, yeah. What's happening on the 28th? Oh, my family are coming round. Every year on the 28th, like my mom's side and my dad's side of the family, so my aunts, uncles, cousins, their partners, kids of theirs, which I don't know what that would be to me. My cousins' kids. I don't know what that would be. But they all come round. So there's about 30 odd people in the house. We've done it for the past like 3-4 years. And it's happening again this year. So like it's impossible for me to stream or do anything on that day because there's 30 odd people around that I'm talking to, and there's people like I don't pack this away, but it sort of gets pushed back a bit, and yeah. So I don't even know on that day that there'll be an unseen, to be honest, because sitting down and spending 3-4 hours going through social media and putting a video together and uploading it, like, yeah. I'm out. 28th. I'm out. But every other day, I'm here. These ads get worse, said Spiller, the realist. There's no life in this crowd, said A. Jobson. Jay said they would be your second cousins. Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that. I could have guessed at it, but it would have been a guess. But, yeah, good to know. I still think Drew is going to go for Punk again, said Dean. Too many connections to ignore. Bloodline and the history with Seth and Punk and Drew. Cousins' kids are second cousins, says to Ron. A. Jobson, shout out to you, buds. Why the 28th? That was my grandma's birthday. She's not with us anymore, and so we used to go round to hers on the 28th because it was close enough to Christmas, but it was also her birthday. So everyone spends Christmas in their own homes, you know, and, you know, you might have a drink or something, so you might not want to travel on Boxing Day. So we could have done it, say, 27th, but with it being her birthday on the 28th, it's done on the 28th. Bit of a boring story, but you asked. Okay, did anyone else see that red circle? It was a commercial, says No Name. We saw. We believe it to be Penta related. Arrows one said, I just put that Stephanie post in. This is what it came up with. Let's have a look. Japanese art that consists of restoring a piece that has broken, filling it with gold or silver to enhance the scars. It doesn't try to fix the defects. It doesn't try to perfect them. It simply turns the broken pieces back into something complete. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, we know that. It's a bit behind the curve, isn't she? Although she did tweet that in 2023, in all fairness. I wonder why she's reposted it today. Stephanie's going to join the Wyatt Sicks. Boom. Oh, lovely kick there by Ivar. Oh, and a spin kick by Ivar as well. Ivar looking good, showing up, showing off in front of these Boston fans, and he's getting them to chant war. Ah! Lovely, Finn down. Ivar going to the outsides. He's climbing up. Finn Balor pops up. And that is the smartest move Finn Balor has ever pulled. So going up, we've got JD. Here we go. Perched. Boom! 1, 2. Ah, shoulder up. I didn't think he'd get it. Although there is only 4 minutes left. I wasn't sold that that was it and the War Raiders were going to get the titles, but yeah. Planted. 1, 2. Save. Save. Raw Raiders. Raw Raiders. Raw Raiders. You sense that the War Raiders are inching closer, says Wade Barrett. Are they? Are they? Oh, Finn Balor grabs Ivar. Ivar goes to the outside. Roll up by JD. 2. No, it could have been a 3, actually. I'm sure Eric's shoulders were down for the 3. Balor comes over, grabs Eric. Boom, kick coming in, and again, knee to the midsection. Forearm strike against the ropes. Picks up, knee to the back of the head. Brutal. It's not a bad little match. Sling blades, not a bad little match. Balor back in the corner. Smile on his face, charges over, drop kick. Tag being made. Balor goes to the outside. Another tag made. JD up, moonsault lands. Balor up. Looking for the coup de grace. Connects. Judgment Day. 1, 2. Oh, Ivar makes the save. I thought that was it then. Coup de grace connected. I thought that was it. Oh, come on, War Raiders. I'd like War Raiders to get it. They're a proper tag team. I mean, Finn and JD, not bad. They just never defend the titles. So it would be good to have a title change here. Chair being introduced. Oh, Balor on the outsides. He's going to grab a chair of his own. Someone's stopping him. Someone's stopping him. Who's stopping him? Damian Priest. Damian Priest stops Finn from using a chair. Oh my God. This has got to swing the momentum into the War Raiders' favor. Balor in trouble. Boom! Planted. 1, 2, 3. We got new tag champs. New tag champs. Smile on the face of Damian Priest. They've done it. The Viking Boomers have done it. Oh, I'm really pleased for them, man. Proper tag team that have been through some real hard times. Obviously, Ivar has been out for ages. But for any tag team, this is the mountaintop, and they really deserve it. Great tag team. Really fun to watch. And the show fades and ends. That's it. Blooming hell. Hold up the titles. The show fades and it's over. Thanks for coming. And yeah, man. War Raiders. Let's go. I'm so pleased for them. Well done, everyone. Well done. 2 tag teams have the tag titles. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? Not a bad little end to that match. Not a bad little end. People seem to be excited by the news. The problem we've got is we didn't have anything Wyatt Sicks, and now we've got Raw Talk, so I'm going to keep an eye. Now, I don't think anyone has been able to confirm what that symbol was, but I do think it's Penta. If we could find out information, I don't know if Fightful Selector's got anything. They haven't said they've got anything. No. Doesn't look like anyone's actually said or has heard what that is for, but a lot of the chatter is that this is Penta related. That seems to be the accepted consensus right now. Although I did see a tweet that made me laugh from air. Pentagon, not a pentagon. So we're all learning. We're all at Pentagon, not a pentagon. Yeah, but it might be Zero Miedo or whatever, mightn't it? Which I think is like no chill or whatever, but you get it. I do feel like that is the front runner. It is a 0. A circle with the line in is 0. And we all know that Zero Miedo is Lucha bro thing. 0 Miedo, whatever it is. What is it? 0 Miedo or something. 0 Miedo. Miedo. And that means no sex, I am a virgin. Right, we've got Sam Roberts. Are we going to find out about who the guests are? We need Dexter Loomis to agree, don't we? We need something. Days, go to Archive Recovered. A new entry called Karis. Go to Archive Recovered. Let's have a little look. Is this new? I don't feel like it is. I feel like I've seen this before. Swallowed by darkness, drowned in apathy, the malevolence of surrender overshadowing El Vital. I cried out and you heard my voice, found purpose in your counsel, pulled me from the lowest hell, my life for you. I don't know that is new. Charis means grace. This Raw sucked, said Rodney. It's not new. That is old, said Captain Kez. Not new. Yeah, something in my head was going, I feel like I've seen this before. But interestingly, I couldn't tell you what the latest entry was. I couldn't have told you. I certainly was not 100% on it. No, we've seen it before, buds. We've seen it before. War Raiders win. They do. 0, Miedo. 0, Weirdo. I'm happy for the War Raiders winning in my old hometown. That wasn't new from the Wyatt Sicks. Jay gives it an 8. Oh, I need to put that feedback thing up, don't I? Let's do that now. Feedback request. Feedback required. What did you think about WWE Raw? 1 comment per person. Please. Please. Just 1 comment per person, please. Not super long comments as well, you boomers that try to break the rules. We say 1 comment per person so we can get through as many as possible. What a match. So right now we're just looking at Bron retaining on Raw Talk. Bron Breakker. Right, come on. I want to know, are we getting any Wyatt Sicks stuff? Hello, Blazed. Hello. 0 Miedo, 0 fear, says Blazed Radio. Blazed, I hope you're doing well. Is everyone just unanimously agreeing that the symbol means 0 or whatever? Yes. Overall, this week's Raw was very decent. I give it a D+, says Blue Will Sonic. Okay, I'm waiting for the guests. I'm waiting to find out who's on this show. Bron Breakker was not 100% during that matchup. Bron Breakker is a complete freak. Careful, Sam. He might be watching. You're a freak. Bron is this whole package. Okay, they're going over to Bron. He's with Jackie. Congrats. What does this victory say as we head into 2025?
To that absolute cockroach of a sewer rat that is Ludwig Kaiser once and for all. I knew exactly every angle that he was coming from.
I knew every angle that he was going to be coming from.
As far as 2025 goes, Raw is going to Netflix.
Raw's going to Netflix. Breaking news. But no one is going to take this championship from me.
Or whether it's a member of the 40s and up club, it does not matter. Because I'm going to prove.
I'll prove. 2025 will be the year of Bron Breakker. There are rumours that it's going to be a big year for him. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Hoo, hoo. Woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. I wonder if the final testament is going to end up pushing the Wyatt Sicks into snapping, says Johnny. Ninja said WWE is basically telling us skip December, come back in January. Rodney said, was the symbol Alexa? Yeah. Yeah. I think my new approach is, I'm just going to say yes, whatever people think it is. Is the symbol Alexa? Yeah. Was it Penta? Yeah. Was it the Wyatt Sicks? Yeah. Did we have that match confirmed, by the way? Dexter's match. I never saw a graphic for it. I never saw a graphic confirming we were definitely getting it. Did I miss that? Did I miss that graphic? Did anyone notice that when Cody got put on his head by KO, Cody was giving the middle finger to KO? You can see it, said Denise. Oh, no, I never saw that. Punk responds to Seth, so we're just having a look at that segment. December is always a noticeable lull in wrestling. It is true. Last year was a little bit of a exception, right? Because of the fact that it was CM Punk returning, which obviously was very exciting. But yeah, outside of that, normally December is like not the greatest month. And I think we're seeing a little bit of that this year. And to be honest, it's only going to get worse for the next, because this was the last live show in a little while. Like, we know that Friday is a tape show, next Monday is a tape show. So they're not going to be brilliant. It is a little bit of a lull, but it's all right. We're going to eat good on January 6th. Is the symbol the long-awaited return of Eva Marie, said Jim. Yes, Jim. That's why it's all red everything. Daze, I hope you have a good holiday with the folks. Hannah, thank you. I hope you have a good holiday as well. I hope we get CM Punk match on Saturday night's main event and not just Netflix, said Richards. Daze, we could start watching SmackDown Lowdown. I don't really want to be watching Raw Talk, to be honest, but a lot of the interviews don't really add anything. Like, my life would be fine if I never saw that Bron Breakker interview just. And unfortunately, that is kind of, a recap of a show we've just watched. I don't need it. I don't need this. I don't need a recap of a show I've just watched. So, if Raw Talk was a bit more analysis, I think they could do something fun with Raw Talk. But in its current guise, it doesn't do it for me. But the flipping problem is they sometimes chuck something meaningful onto it, so you sort of have to watch it. Let them fight chants at the start of the night. Seth, Punk. The announcement made January 6th. We're storming the Capitol! Yay! Let's go! We're storming the Capitol! We're doing it again! Come on! This time it's going to be televised and there's going to be wrestlers involved. It's going to be better. Sam saying that this could be a WrestleMania caliber match. Daze, is it for your WWE debut? Yep. That's why it's a big 0. Because there's nothing to see there. Hasib, hello. Daze, I thought you was a hardcore WWE fan and you would show your support no matter the circumstances. Well, I'm here, aren't I? I'm flipping here. Putting myself through a flipping recap show for a show I literally just watched. But just on the slim, tiny, slender chance that there might be something of interest. I'm here. I'm here. I like Sam Roberts and I like Megan Morant, so I mean, it ain't no shade on them. But that's how I feel about it. I think tonight was a tape show. There's footage of Damien interfering. Oh, well, it was taped an hour before. So it was sort of taped, but I mean, technically it was taped. But not like next week. You're going to have to go a week with avoiding spoilers. Fair play, though. I mean, I really recommend using Twitter the way I use it, which is get yourself a list. Right, I've got 200. Oh, I've lost one. I've got 220 members in my list. Right, I wonder who I've lost. I haven't took anyone out. That was 221 before. So anyway, you've got this list, and you just put all the accounts in that give you news, or like WWE, PW Nexus, Sean Rossat, PW Nexus. Boulder, Fightful, Wrestle Talk. I just have these accounts in and I literally have just got a feed of all the latest news, really. I don't have to see, like, the nonsense or the spoilers. If anyone puts a spoiler up, they're out my list. You're dead. You're gone. Eliminated. Oh, something's just come through. A minute ago, Finn Balor and JD's reign as tag team champions was 176 days and it only had 3 defenses. Glad it's over. So that was from I'll put that in unseen, actually. A bit of a fact. That was the interview with Boomer Bron. Not bothered. And there, look. What's this Boomer saying? It can be confirmed. Oh, it can't be confirmed 100%, but there are very strong rumours that Penta, the Zero Fear, has signed for WWE and that today's vignette has served to prime his debut in the first Raw of Netflix. I insist, 100% confirmation is still pending, but everything points to his debut being there. Yeah. I agree. I concur. And then Fightful got this. Look, Dexter Lumis to compete in the first singles match in over 500 days on the next Monday's Raw. But I just never saw that confirmed. I mean, there might be spoilers out there, but I don't want to know about them. That means we know who wins and everything. I don't want that. I don't want next week's show ruined. Daze the Symbol might be for the next sponsor to take over the ring and future pay-per-views. Perhaps it's the next Prime Flavor. I hope so. Johnny says, do you know what? I fully agree that symbol is meant to be Penta, says Johnny. Amin said, can I watch Raw Netflix or buy it? You can watch it if you've got Netflix. Charles said, come on, we all know it's Penta. Yeah. Watson said, I can't be the only one more excited for January 6th than Christmas. Yeah, I'm probably more excited for January 6th than Christmas. Mainly because I haven't asked for anything for Christmas, so I ain't getting anything. But January 6th, I'm going to get some, aren't I? Going to get a monster episode of Raw. Maybe the biggest of all time. It's going to be flipping huge. And it's got a new rebellious logo as well. A new logo that rebels. Welcome to Raw. Look at that logo. Look at it. Oh my God. That logo will spit in your face, kick you in the groin and take all your lunch money. That logo is so rebellious, I'm surprised it doesn't say AEW. Just because it just doesn't give a flip. And if it wants to say AEW instead of Raw, it'll do that because it's so rebellious. It looks like the symbol for Opal cars. It could be a new character called Opal, possibly, says Kim Strains. Opal. Are we going to miss any streams this year, like previous due to family on the 28th? Oh, I don't think so, because it's on a Saturday, and there's nothing on Saturday, to my knowledge. Certainly nothing that I would be streaming. There's no wrestling. There might be some boxing, but no big boxing. There's no UFC, no wrestling, so no. The only thing that will be missing will be an unseen. Who will Penta's first match be? Penta against Andrade, said Richards. I don't know, do you bring him in as a face or a heel? Plus also, are people going to know who he is? I feel like people have got a better chance of knowing him because obviously AEW is a bit of a bigger show. And they were getting, 800 to 1 million viewers when he was on it. So it's not too drastically out from where Raw has been. So I feel like a bit more confident that people will know him than if he had come straight from like TNA. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you bring him in as a face, if you bring him in as a heel. To be honest, I don't think they know because they were going to have both of them and they can't. They're only using one by the looks of it because obviously Phoenix is being held prisoner. I doubt they'll give Penta a stupid name like El Charisma or something. El Charisma. Oh, God. That's not stupid. That's amazing. I would so support El Charisma. Oh, my God. That's like El Generico's, much bubblier cousin. El Charisma. Dude, you've tried to come up with a stupid name. You've just come out with a goat name. El Charisma! Oh, God, I love it. I missed my first member stream. I'm so peeved, said Felix. I got to wait another month. Now, we're doing weekly, but don't do it monthly. We're doing weekly. Four a month. And I'm looking to get a new video thing done, but we need to just get past Saturday night's main event and... well, I don't know. Depends how the research for Tyson Fury is going to go. I'd imagine I should be able to get that done quite quick. And then we'll get a graphic out for trying to get a new video series going. How do you botch El Charisma, said the cursed wise. Great. El Charisma. Listen, when you've got people calling themselves cocaine, someone calling themselves El Charisma works for me on the indie scene. Daze, you're making those weird noises again. Are you constipated? When am I not constipated? I'm bunged up more like a 80-year-old bottle of wine. Yeah, pyro going off at the end of the show. Why don't they tell us the guests anymore? We know that we've got Damage Control coming up. Look at the size, look at the strength. There was a 6 in the background. I think I retweeted it as well, though. The 6 was kind of fun. I don't know that it connects to anything. Match OT said this confirms it. This symbol means that CM Punk's finally coming back to WWE. They're doing the top Instagram pic. That's what me and Tommy do. Well, how long they been doing this? Let's have a look at the top Instagram pictures of the week. They've took our shtick. We were doing this ages ago. I'm probably seeing pictures I'm going to have to look at tomorrow now. Oh, God. Well, why am I still looking? Sometimes I'm my own worst enemy. These pictures suck again as well. Rubbish. 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 Well, that sucked. I still got to get to my first member stream, said Tom. Well, it's waiting for you, Tom. Will be Thursday. It's always the same time. Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. UK time. Advert, yeah. Daze, you seem so inconvenienced. Well, blooming hell. I'm only here for the Wyatt Sicks, and you know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen. There ain't going to be no flipping Wyatt Sicks on this show. There won't be any. And so I basically will have wasted all my time. I would have nothing to show for it. And then, I'm super late getting up reaction. Not there's any reaction. Well, I suppose the new tag champs would be a good one to get up. I should be doing that. Do you know what I mean? Instead, I'm sat here chatting with you boomers. Waiting for something that I don't even know is worth waiting for. So I am inconvenienced. Daze, Rhino is a free agent. Would you bring him back? No. We've moved on. We don't need Rhino. Wish him all the best in his future endeavours. Daze, why don't you enter the next Royal Rumble, said Ads. It's a great question, Ads. Honestly. It's a great question. I think it's because you probably should be a highly trained wrestler to get into a wrestling ring. Other than that, I should be in it, you're right. Actually, if there's going to be celebrities getting involved in a match, I think the Rumble's probably the best one. That or a Battle Royal, you know. Because you ain't got to be good or skilled. You've just got to try and avoid getting thrown over the top rope. So I can sort of cope and buy a wrestler getting into a Rumble a bit more. But normally, when that happens, it sets up a WrestleMania match, and I'm not here for that. Taking a spot away from another wrestler. Stupid boomers. Will the first Raw on Netflix be 3 hours? I believe so, yes. What's your favourite beverage? Don't really have one, really. Oh, maybe a beer. Nice cold beer. I don't really have a preference. I'm not a strong beer guy, to be honest. I just like social drinking. I like to go out and have like lots of drinks. So if I go out and have like lots of like strong drinks, I mean, I don't know, 4 or 5, I'm feeling the effects. So I actually like lighter beers that I can go out and like drink, be social, chat with people, and not get smashed within the first 2 hours. So I'd probably like a Coors Light, something like that. I don't mind a Bud Light, but I know that got cancelled, didn't it? So I don't know if I'm allowed to like that anymore. Coors Light, Bud Light, something like that. Nice, refreshing beer. Lovely. Could it be the return of the dark version of the Hurricane, said Kim Strain. Yes. I like Pepsi Cola, said Leonard. Chocolate milkshake, said A. Jobson. Oh, yeah, nice chocolate milkshake. I could go with it. I can't believe you are not going to believe. I just heard Raw tonight. Raw is going to be on Netflix, said Chris. Bum, bum, bum. Ad said Stella or San Miguel. Bosh. Oof. Oof. I mean, I can drink either of those, but I wouldn't want to spend a whole night on them. Felix said they are great choices. What's a strong drink for you? Like a very strong alcoholic drink? I don't know. I mean, doubles. I mean, I drink doubles, but I wouldn't be knocking back many of them. I'm not a big drinker. I'm really not a big drinker. I I don't really drink day to day. Do you know what? I used to. When I lived in Southampton and I worked in a retail shop, I used to come back and with my meal every night, I would have a beer. Every night I'd have a can of beer. And then once I'd had one, you know, I'd have another couple and then go to sleep. I mean, I wasn't someone that was getting smashed every night. I was fine, but you do start to look at it and go, ooh, that's not good. It's not good that pretty much every night I'm drinking 3 beers. You know, that's not good. It's a very easy habit to fall into, though, because as I said, you know, you finish work, you come back, I deserve a beer today. I'm gonna have a beer, and you're like, you know, I deserve it. So you have a beer with your dinner, and then of course, well, 1 leads to 2, 2 leads to 3, and it's a bad habit. That it's so easy to do, but I don't do that now. Now, like, I work all the time in the sense of, like, I'm sat here, and honestly, as soon as we're done here, I've got to do Unseen. I've got to do the review video. I've got to get a reaction clip up. By the time I've done all of that, set up the NXT stream, set up the Wrestling Escape Pod stream, I mean, honestly, I'm thinking of bed. I'm thinking of going to bed. So I just drink a lot of water now. I've constantly got, like, bottles of water around. So I'm probably better for it. So, yeah, I'm just not a big drinker anymore. So I don't think my tolerance would be that high. When I was in Southampton, I could drink quite a bit, but not now. I'm a boomer now. I'm an old boomer. I'm a little girl. I'm a little sissy girl. If I just look at alcohol, I'll be drunk. Now, I can go out and I can have a drink, but I do much prefer going out, being social, having a good time, and having some, like, light beers, you know. Oh, what's this? We're going to Pure Fusion Collective. Oh, here we go. They're so breakable. Here's Zoe. I told you! Shayna said we now have to make sure that title comes home. Oh, there's a spot open. So yeah, there is a an opening in the tournament. Zoe messed that up, said A. Jobson. Asib said, what do you prefer doing? This, talking to us boomers, or working in retail and chatting to hot ladies? Do you know, both had their pros and both have got their cons. There's no con to talking to you guys, of course. I love this. This is the highlight of what I do, but I think the unsociable hours, like, if you want to do YouTube and this side of YouTube, it is a full commitment. You've got to, you know, do your social media. You got to set up the streams. You got to do videos and reaction clips. And I mean, I think gone are the days where you can just do a stream and that's it. I kind of felt like that's what we did a few years ago. We used to do streams and that was about it, really. The odd breaking news video or something, but you can't really do that in this day and age. Like, there's so many social platforms that you have to be kind of reaching out to. It's a lot of work. But, you know, it's not a little violin that I'm playing. I'm just being honest. I work just as much now as I did when I worked in retail. But it's just different work. You know, there it was, you know, sitting down at a computer doing spreadsheets or filling up shelves or processing or dealing with issues or dealing with customers. I mean, it was different work. But the amount of hours that you put in are the same. In fact, I would argue I do more now than I did at the shop, hours-wise. So there's pros and cons to both. Here's EO, here's Dakota. We're going to get an update. Let's go. What they're going to say. We don't have an update. Great. I'm so pleased we stuck around. We don't have an update. Howdy LFC said it looks like even a vignette's too much to ask for now. Give us something. such good fans. Please, someone, anyone. Comes to Summit when we're like, okay, we might get Summit here, and the first thing we hear is, we don't have an update. And you're like, oh God, why don't you? My brother's best friend works with WWE, and my brother is sure it's Penta, but as a joke said it's the rookie symbol for the Flash. Let's go. Let's go. Home Alone, Friday night on FX, 8 p.m, 762,000 viewers. No way. Home Alone bringing in more viewers than NXT and AEW. Probably shouldn't be a surprise, but it's a little bit of a surprise. Daze, I've only just arrived. I'm waiting 2 hours to see Raw on Netflix, but it didn't appear, said Sawhack Duggan. Yeah, they haven't really communicated very clearly or very often when it's moving. We are all having to do a bit of guesswork, but it wasn't tonight. Still to come, the Wyatt Sicks! Still to come, the Wyatt Sicks! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! What if we get rewarded? Oh my God! Oh, it better not just be a flipping recap from the show. I will literally go on a murder spree. I will murk a lot of people if we don't get any kind of vignette. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Daddy needs a new pool. Daddy needs a new extension. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm just so flipping giving up hope. Come on. Daisy, are you streaming UFC 311? I don't know, Spartan. You're asking all these questions. Isn't that like next year? Why are you living in 2025 when I'm still in 2024? Come on, Spartan. Stop being a boomer. Daisy, are you watching the kickoff show Wednesday? Yes. That's better, I mean, because that's 2024. We are, and we're streaming it. We'll do the watch along for it. I'm going to be here, and I'm going to share all my thoughts and dreams. Kapata said, I swear Sam is listening just to get your responses now. I like Sam. I really like Sam a lot. I've told that story before. Good egg. He's a good egg. Days, rumours have it that you're in personal contact with Unk. Can you give us an inside? What, Uncle Howdy? No. Because if I say yes and all of that, then I'm basically the new Dreadmare. And that ain't happening. Yeah? Do I look like Bozo the Juggler? They're showing a video all about The Miz, said, it better not be a video. Daze sounds just like Austin Powers from The Spy Who Shagged Me. It's literally who I've based my whole personality on. So, I mean, you should see what I dress when I'm not on the stream. Groovy, baby! Nathan said, WWE really likes to promote their social media, making people wait for the Wyatt Sicks. Hasib said, how are you going to disrespect the GOAT show Raw Talk and be happy to stream a show on Wednesday? Because I'm going to get something new and noteworthy on Wednesday. There'll be something, an announcement, some fan interaction. Here we go! It's happening! Mates! Look at Nikki! Yes, Gacy. Yes, it's all the Wyatt Sicks. Rowan. Let's go. Dexter. I love this. Look at them looking at each other. Rowan actually takes Dexter's mask off. He speaks. He speaks. I took you again. I hurt you? This is amazing. We're zooming in on his eyes. amazing. Oh my God. It's official. Next week, Dexter Lumis takes on The Miz. There's a graphic. There's a graphic. Ah! Come on. We were right to stick around. Again. Oh. Wasn't that great? Oh my God. I am so thrilled. That was epic. The only way he can enlighten The Miz is through pain. I would not want to be enlightened, says Sam Boomer Roberts. Oh, mate. Dexter talked. Oh, my God. Oh, it was amazing. I feel sick. Right, we're going to run away because I've got so much to do right now, and that does include crying. I'm going to run away and cry because what we just witnessed was flipping awesome. And, mate, lesson learnt a long time ago. If they're not on the show, there is a really good chance they'll be on Raw Talk, but making us wait 40 minutes to get to it. Shame on you, WWE. Shame on you, but I forgive you because it was awesome. Right, thank you, my friends. I'm going to run away. I need to end this poll, don't I? I could have done that in the past 40 minutes, but I'm a boomer, and I forgot. So, it is 4, 16, 28, 50. That was great. 66%. Jeremy said he speaks. I know. No. Jeremy, shout out to you, my friends. Tracy, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, buds. Shout out to everyone that joined us. I will see you again tomorrow for the Wrestling Escape Pods and NXT. Bye for now.